Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never felt the need to share this before, but I can't get what happened out of my head, and maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it. This happened about 3 years ago when I was 19, working as a shepherd with my Uncle Nate in Blackstone Valley. If you've never been there, it's this remote mountainous area where cell service is basically non-existent, and the closest town is about an hour-and-a-half drive down winding dirt roads. My family has been herding sheep there for generations. That summer was particularly dry, and we had to take the flock further up the mountain than usual to find decent grazing. My uncle and I had been up there for about a week, moving camp every couple days. It was hard work, but peaceful in a way that's hard to describe. Just us, the sheep, 2 dogs, and miles of wilderness. The day everything happened started normal enough. We woke up at dawn, had some coffee, and moved the flock to a new grazing area. It was hot but not unbearable, and the sheep were calm. Around sunset, we started setting up camp in this small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The spot had this perfect flat area for the tent and a natural depression that made a good fire pit. Uncle Nate got the fire going while I checked on the sheep one last time before dark. The summer sky was turning this deep purple-orange color, and I remember thinking how massive the mountains looked against it. By the time I got back to camp, the fire was crackling and Uncle Nate was pulling out our usual dinner. Some hard bread, beef jerky he made himself, and this yogurt stuff my aunt sends in sealed jars that somehow stays good for weeks. We settled down by the fire, and I was just about to bite into my bread when we heard footsteps approaching from the tree line. Both the dogs perked up, but didn't bark, which was weird. Usually they go nuts at any stranger. This old man stepped into our camp, had to be in his 70s at least, with this leathery, sun-beaten face and hands that looked like twisted tree roots. He was dressed like most old shepherds up there, worn canvas pants, heavy boots, and layers of faded flannel despite the warm evening. He carried a small pack and walked with this handmade walking stick that had all these little carvings on it. Uncle Nate greeted him. We're used to running into other shepherds occasionally, though usually we see their fires from a distance rather than have them walk right into camp. The old guy introduced himself as Morris and asked if he could share our fire for a bit. Said his camp was just over the ridge, but didn't elaborate more than that. There was something off about him from the start, not threatening exactly, but intense. His eyes seemed too bright for his weathered face, and he kept scanning our camp like he was taking inventory. But hospitality is a big deal in the mountains, and Uncle Nate gestured for him to sit. The weird part was when he pulled out food from his pack. Not trail rations, but these fresh-looking sausages, a chunk of cheese that wasn't all dried out, and even some kind of pastry wrapped in cloth. Who carries that kind of stuff miles up a mountain? But he offered to share, and honestly, after a week of jerky and hard bread, it looked amazing. While we ate, the conversation was normal enough. Weather patterns, predator sightings, the usual shepherd talk. Morris seemed to know the area well, mentioning landmarks and trails that even Uncle Nate, who's been working these mountains for 30 years, had to think about to remember. The sky got darker and the stars came out. I've never seen stars like in Blackstone Valley. Without light pollution, it's like someone scattered diamonds across black velvet. The fire was burning low, just embers really, casting this red glow on everyone's faces. That's when the conversation shifted. Morris leaned forward, his face half in shadow, and asked, completely out of nowhere, "You boys believe in the devil?" There was something about the way he asked it. casual but intense at the same time, that made my skin crawl. Uncle Nate laughed it off, saying something about how the only devils in these mountains were the mountain lions that occasionally took a sheep. But Morris kept looking at me, waiting for my answer. I don't know why, but I said yes. I'm not even particularly religious, but something about being asked that question, in that place, under those stars, by this stranger. I couldn't say no. Uncle Nate shot me this look like I was being ridiculous, but Morris just nodded slowly, like I'd confirmed something he already knew. I saw something 2 months back, Morris said, poking at the fire with a stick. Been herding for 53 years and never seen anything like it. He explained how he'd been moving his flock through the Eastern Valley when he noticed something odd about one of the goats. Now, if you've worked with livestock, you know goats usually lead the flock. They're curious and adventurous, but this one was staying behind the sheep, which isn't normal behavior. Morris said it was pure white, not cream or off-white, but pure white like fresh snow, with no ear tags or identifying marks. He hadn't recognized it as one of his, but that's not uncommon. Sometimes goats from different flocks intermingle if they graze close enough to each other. What struck him as truly strange was how his dog and horse reacted to this goat. His border collie, a dog he described as fearless enough to take on a wolf, wouldn't go near it. The horse, too, would shy away whenever the goat came close, the way they do around snakes. After a couple days of this, Morris decided to get a closer look at the animal. He approached it while it was grazing apart from the others, thinking maybe it was sick or injured. When I got within arm's reach, he said, his voice dropping so low we had to lean in to hear him, that goat turned and looked me straight in the eyes. Not like an animal looks at you, like a person. Before he could back away, the goat lunged and bit his hand. Not a nip, but a full-on bite that broke the skin. Morris showed us the scar, a curved white mark across his palm that gleamed in the firelight. He said he'd reacted instinctively, kicking the goat hard in the ribs, so hard that he nearly blacked out from the pain that shot through his own body when his boot connected. His vision blurred, and he grabbed onto a nearby tree to steady himself. And that's when he saw it. The goat stood up on its hind legs, not just reared up like goats sometimes do, but stood fully upright like a human. It shook itself off, looked directly at Morris again, and then walked, not hopped or jumped, away on 2 legs, disappearing into the trees. When Morris finished his story, nobody spoke for what felt like forever. The fire had almost died out, just a few glowing embers left. I couldn't even look at Uncle Nate. I was afraid of what I'd see on his face, whether belief or disbelief would be worse. "You think I'm crazy," Morris finally said, not as a question but a statement. "Or drunk, maybe. I haven't touched alcohol in 30 years. Uncle Nate cleared his throat and said something about how the mountains can play tricks on your eyes, especially at dusk. Morris just smiled this empty smile and started packing up his things. "Thought you might understand," he said as he stood, looking more at me than my uncle. "Some things can't be explained away." Before leaving, he paused at the edge of our firelight and said, "Keep an eye on your flock, and if you see a white goat without tags, don't approach it. Just let it be." Then he walked off into the darkness. We didn't even hear his footsteps after a few seconds, like he'd just vanished. Uncle Nate tried to laugh it off, saying the old man was probably just messing with us or suffering from heat exhaustion. But I noticed he added more wood to the fire and checked that his rifle was within reach before turning in. I couldn't sleep at all. Our tent suddenly felt too thin, too exposed. Every sound from the forest seemed amplified. Branches creaking, nocturnal animals moving around, the occasional bleat from the sheep. I kept thinking about Morris's face when he told that story. He believed what he saw. I'm sure of it. Around 2 a.m., the dogs started whining, not barking, which would have been less unsettling somehow, but this high-pitched, anxious whine. Uncle Nate was immediately awake, grabbing his rifle and pulling on his boots without a word. Outside, the night was clear and cold, the moon bright enough to cast shadows. The sheep were huddled together more tightly than usual, but otherwise seemed calm. The dogs, though, were acting strange, pacing back and forth at the edge of our camp, looking into the darkness beyond, but refusing to go investigate whatever had disturbed them. Uncle Nate walked the perimeter, rifle ready, but found nothing. No tracks, no signs of predators. Eventually, he chalked it up to a passing coyote or fox and told me to get some sleep. He said he'd keep watch for a while. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke to the sound of Uncle Nate swearing. It was dawn, the sky just starting to lighten. I scrambled out of the tent to find him standing at the edge of camp, looking at something on the ground. It was footprints, not animal tracks, human footprints. They led right up to where we'd been sitting around the fire, circled our tent, and then headed off toward the tree line. Maybe it was Morris coming back for something, I suggested. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't right. These prints were different somehow, though I couldn't explain exactly why. They were the right shape, but something about the depth and spacing was just wrong. Uncle Nate, practical as always, decided we needed to move camp. We packed up faster than we ever had before, barely speaking as we worked. The sheep seemed eager to move too, which was unusual. Normally they resist being herded first thing in the morning. As we headed to a new grazing area, I kept scanning the flock, counting and recounting, looking for any animal that didn't belong, any flash of pure white among the cream and grey and brown sheep. Around midday, we set up a new camp about 3 miles from the old one. Uncle Nate seemed to relax a bit, even joking about that crazy old coot and his wild stories. But I noticed he chose a more exposed spot for the new camp, fewer trees, better visibility in all directions. The rest of the day passed without incident. We went about our usual tasks, though I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. Every few minutes I'd count the sheep again. Every time I came up with the right number, I felt a little knot of tension release, only for it to tighten again moments later. As the sun started to set, Uncle Nate built a smaller fire than usual. No sense advertising our location, he muttered, though to who or what he didn't say. We ate in silence, both exhausted from the quick move and the sleepless night. The food tasted like nothing. I kept thinking about Morris and his scar, wondering if he was at his own camp somewhere nearby, or if he'd ever had a camp at all. Just as darkness settled fully around us, one of the dogs suddenly stood up, hackles raised, staring intently toward a cluster of boulders about 50 yards from camp. The other dog quickly joined, both of them growling low in their throats, but not advancing. Uncle Nate grabbed his rifle and switched on his flashlight, aiming the beam toward the boulders. For a second, I thought I saw something move, a flash of white, but it was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. "Stay here," Uncle Nate said, moving toward the boulders. I wanted to tell him not to go, to forget about it and come back to the fire, but I couldn't make my mouth work. He got about halfway there when both dogs suddenly started whining again, backing up toward me instead of following Uncle Nate as they normally would. That's when he stopped too, flashlight beam wavering slightly. "Nate," I called, my voice sounding thin and childish in the vast darkness. He didn't answer for what felt like forever. Then, very slowly, he backed up toward camp, never turning his back on those boulders, the flashlight still trained on them. When he reached the fire, his face was pale. "Thought I saw something," was all he said. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. We stayed up all night, back to back, watching the darkness around us. The dogs wouldn't settle, pacing and whining occasionally. The sheep were restless too, moving around more than they should at night. Just before dawn, when the sky was starting to lighten just enough to see shapes and shadows, I noticed something odd about the flock. There seemed to be one sheep standing apart from the others, near the edge of the group. Except, as the light grew stronger, I realized it wasn't a sheep at all. It was smaller, with a different silhouette. A goat, a pure white goat with no tags. I nudged Uncle Nate and pointed. He saw it too. I know he did because he raised his rifle very slowly and chambered a round as quietly as he could. The goat didn't move. It just stood there facing away from us, perfectly still among the stirring sheep. "Don't shoot," I whispered, though I don't know why. Something told me that firing at this animal would be the worst mistake we could make. Uncle Nate lowered the rifle slightly, but kept it ready. "We need to count the flock," he said, his voice barely audible. So we did, as the sun rose higher. Every sheep accounted for. The goat wasn't one of ours, wasn't replacing one of our animals. It had just joined. Sometime in the night, without either of us seeing it approach, without the dogs raising an alarm. As the day brightened fully, the goat finally moved. It turned very slowly until it was facing us across the distance of the camp. Even from there, I could see its eyes, dark and somehow wrong on its white face. Then it made a sound, not a bleat or any noise I've ever heard a goat make. It was like a laugh, but pitched wrong, too deep and somehow hollow. Uncle Nate raised his rifle again, but before he could take aim properly, the goat turned and bounded away, disappearing over a rise faster than any normal goat could move. We broke camp immediately and headed down the mountain that same day, abandoning the summer grazing early. Uncle Nate made up some excuse to my aunt about bad water sources and poor grass quality up there, but I know the real reason. We both do. We never spoke about what happened. Not really. Once, about a month later, Uncle Nate mentioned that old man Morris and wondered aloud if anyone in the valley knew him. No one did. No shepherd by that name had worked the Blackstone Range in at least a decade, according to the old-timers at the general store. Sometimes I think about those footprints around our tent, about how the dogs wouldn't bark at Morris but wouldn't go near that goat, about the way Uncle Nate never said what he saw by those boulders that made him back away. I haven't been back to Blackstone Valley since then. Uncle Nate still goes, but he takes my cousin now instead of me. Sometimes I wonder if he's seen the white goat again. I wonder what I would do if I ever saw it outside those mountains, standing at the edge of some field, watching me with those wrong eyes. I don't know what it was we encountered up there. All I know is that now, when someone asks if I believe in the devil, I don't just say yes. I look over my shoulder first. Story 2. I don't even know how to begin this. My hands are still shaking as I type. I've spent the last 3 days debating whether to share what happened to me, but I need to tell someone. Maybe writing it down will help me process everything. Last month, I traveled to Iran to visit my grandmother's hometown of Harrienville in the mountainous region near the border. I'm half Iranian on my mom's side, but I was born and raised in Chicago. I'd never been to Iran before, and with Grandma Elena getting older, I wanted to connect with my heritage before it was too late. Harrienville is beautiful but remote, all winding roads cut into mountains with villages scattered across valleys. Cell service is practically non-existent, and the nearest city is almost 4 hours away by car. The locals are incredibly hospitable, though most of the younger generation has moved away to bigger cities, leaving mainly older folks who welcome me like family once they heard I was Elena's grandson. My grandmother grew up here before immigrating to America in the 70s. She'd filled my childhood with stories about the region, some beautiful, others downright terrifying. I always assumed her scary tales were just her way of keeping me entertained, or maybe to make sure I didn't wander off as a kid. I never took them seriously, until now. I'd been staying with my grandmother's cousin, Jamshid, a kind old man who lived alone in a stone house at the edge of the village. His place had a stunning view of the valley below, and we spent most evenings on his porch drinking tea while he shared stories about my grandmother's childhood. Last Tuesday, Jamshid mentioned that his friend in the neighboring village had invited us for dinner. This village was only about 5 miles away, but with the mountain roads, it would take nearly an hour to drive there. We spent the day with his friend's family, eating, laughing, sharing stories. It was one of those perfect days that make you realize how disconnected we've become from simple human interaction in America. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was getting dark. Jamshid looked worried and suggested we head back immediately. His friend offered us a place to stay for the night, but Jamshid insisted we needed to return home. I didn't understand the urgency, but I went along with it. We were about halfway back when Jamshid's ancient jeep started making a terrible grinding noise. The engine sputtered and died completely, leaving us stranded on a narrow mountain road with darkness settling in. Jamshid tried restarting it several times, but nothing worked. He popped the hood and fiddled with something, but I could tell by his expression that we weren't going anywhere. "We need to walk back," he said, his voice tense. "We cannot stay here after dark." I was confused. "It's already dark, and we're closer to your house than your friend's place. Shouldn't we just keep going forward?" Jamshid shook his head firmly. "No, we go back. Now." There was something in his voice that stopped me from arguing. He grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment, and we started walking back toward his friend's village. Jamshid kept looking around nervously, muttering something under his breath that I couldn't understand. After about 20 minutes of walking in silence, I finally asked what had him so spooked. "These mountains are not safe at night for travelers," he said quietly, his eyes scanning the darkness. "Your grandmother never told you about the Azbe-Shaitan?" The name sounded vaguely familiar from one of Grandma Elena's stories, but I couldn't remember the details. "The demon horse?" I translated roughly. Jamshid nodded, his face eerily illuminated by the flashlight. "Yes, it finds travelers alone on the roads at night, makes them ride it. Then—" He made a falling gesture with his hand. I almost laughed, but the dead seriousness in his eyes stopped me. "You really believe that?" "I have known 3 people who died this way in my lifetime," he said flatly. "My own cousin was found at the bottom of the ravine when I was a boy. No one crosses between villages at night. Not alone." I wanted to tell him how ridiculous this sounded, but something about the way he was constantly scanning the darkness with his flashlight made me uneasy. We walked in silence for another 10 minutes before the flashlight started to dim. "Batteries," Jamshid muttered, hitting the flashlight against his palm. The light flickered and then went out completely. The darkness that enveloped us was absolute. No street lights, no houses nearby, not even moonlight, just the thick blackness of a cloudy mountain night. Jamshid grabbed my arm, and we continued moving forward slowly, using the pale outline of the road as our guide. That's when I heard it, the soft sound of hooves on dirt coming from somewhere behind us. Jamshid froze, his grip on my arm tightening painfully. "Do not turn around," he whispered. "Walk faster." The sound grew clearer, a steady clip-clop that seemed to be getting closer. I couldn't help myself. I glanced back over my shoulder. At first, I saw nothing in the darkness. Then, as if materializing from the night itself, I made out the silhouette of a horse standing in the middle of the road, maybe 50 feet behind us. Even in the darkness, I could tell it was massive, much larger than any horse I'd seen before. Its coat was so dark, it seemed to absorb what little light there was. "Run!" Jamshid hissed, tugging my arm. "Do not stop! Do not look back!" We started running, scrambling forward on the uneven road. The sound of hooves followed, unhurried but steady. I risked another glance back and saw the horse was keeping pace with us, despite its seemingly casual gait. Suddenly, Jamshid's foot caught on something and he went down hard, crying out in pain. I stopped to help him up, but he waved me away frantically. "Go! Get to the village! Remember what Elena taught you!" he shouted. "What? I don't know what you're talking about," I yelled back, trying to pull him to his feet. But he winced and fell back. His ankle was clearly injured. "The saying. If it comes to you, remember the saying," he insisted, pushing me away. I stood there, torn between running and staying with him. That's when I felt something warm and wet against the back of my neck. Hot breath. I turned slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The horse stood directly behind me, its massive head lowered to my level. Its eyes were wrong. They reflected no light but seemed to glow from within, two burning red embers in the darkness. This close, I could see its coat wasn't just black. It seemed to shift and move like smoke. Jamshid was praying rapidly in Farsi behind me. The horse paid him no attention. It was focused entirely on me. It took a step forward, nudging me with its muzzle. The touch sent a jolt of ice through my body. "Don't touch it," Jamshid warned. "Don't get on." But even as he said it, I felt a strange compulsion washing over me. The horse turned sideways, presenting its back to me. Something in my mind was urging me to climb on, whispering that it would take me home, that I would be safe on its back. I found myself reaching out, my hand trembling as it hovered over the horse's back. Part of me was screaming to run, but my body wasn't listening. It was like being caught in a dream where you know something is wrong but can't stop yourself. "No!" Jamshid shouted, and the spell broke momentarily. I stumbled back, fighting against the invisible pull. The horse made a sound then, not a normal whinny, but something that raised the hair on the back of my neck. It was almost like laughter, but distorted and wrong, as if coming from something that had only heard laughter described but never experienced it. It stepped toward me again, more insistent this time. The compulsion returned stronger than before. My feet moved of their own accord, bringing me to the horse's side. I placed my hand on its back, and the fur felt wrong, too cold and somehow both solid and insubstantial at the same time. "Remember what Elena taught you," Jamshid was shouting, his voice seeming to come from very far away now. I tried to think through the fog in my mind. What had my grandmother taught me? There were so many stories, so many warnings and old wives' tales. As if in a trance, I found myself climbing onto the horse's back. The moment I was seated, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. My legs seemed to fuse to the animal's sides. I couldn't lift them, couldn't dismount. Panic cleared my head instantly, but it was too late. The horse began to move, trotting away from Jamshid, whose shouts were growing fainter. I pulled at my legs, trying to free them, but they wouldn't budge. It was as if they'd become part of the horse itself. "Help!" I screamed, but we were already far from Jamshid, moving at an impossible speed down the mountain road. Then something even more terrifying happened. The horse's legs began to extend, stretching impossibly long, lifting me higher and higher above the ground. 10 feet, 20 feet, higher still. The world below became a dark blur. Wind whipped past my face as we accelerated, the horse's legs growing longer with each stride. In my panic, I suddenly remembered one of Grandma Elena's stories, something about a demon horse that trapped riders and carried them up before dropping them to their deaths. There was something important about the story, something about how to escape, but terror had scrambled my thoughts. We were at least 50 feet above the ground now, and still rising. The horse made that terrible laughing sound again, and somehow I knew that in moments it would vanish, leaving me to plummet to the rocks below. Grandma's voice suddenly echoed in my memory. She'd made me repeat a phrase once, telling me it might save my life someday. I'd thought it was just one of her superstitious quirks, but now, "Bring me the saddle-working needle and salt," I screamed into the wind, having no idea what the words meant, only hoping they were the right ones. The effect was instantaneous. The horse let out a shriek that sounded more human than animal, a sound of pure terror. Its body convulsed beneath me, and suddenly my legs were free. We were still high above the ground, but rapidly descending as the horse's legs began to retract. Instead of vanishing, the horse touched down on the road with a heavy thud. I immediately rolled off its back, falling hard onto the dirt. The moment I was free, the creature reared up, those ember eyes fixed on me with what could only be described as hatred mixed with fear. For a second I thought it would trample me, Instead, it turned and galloped away, vanishing into the darkness so completely it was as if it had never been there at all. I lay on the ground, gasping for breath, my whole body shaking. I don't know how long I stayed there before I heard voices and saw flashlights coming toward me. It was Jamshid, who had managed to hobble to his friend's house and bring help. They found me nearly 2 miles from where I'd left Jamshid, though I had no memory of traveling that far. When they asked what happened, I tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come out right. Jamshid simply nodded, as if my incoherent babbling confirmed what he already knew. Back at his friend's house, once I'd calmed down enough to speak clearly, Jamshid explained the legend in full. The demon horse, Azbe Shaitan, had haunted these mountains for generations. It lured lone travelers onto its back, locked them in place, and then extended its legs to impossible heights before vanishing, leaving its victims to fall to their deaths. But there was a way to defeat it, those strange words I'd shouted. According to local legend, centuries ago, the demon had trapped a young man who managed to ride it to a nearby fortress. There, a wise man had captured the horse and, using a saddle-making needle and salt, sewn its private parts to its leg in a humiliating punishment. The trauma of this experience was so great that merely mentioning these items causes the demon to flee immediately. And its habit of extending its legs upward, an attempt to keep its genitals out of reach of any more saddle-making needles. It sounds ridiculous as I type it out, but after what I experienced, I'm not laughing anymore. We returned to Jamshid's village the next morning. His friend drove us, and mechanics were sent to fix the Jeep later that day. I spent my remaining time in Harrienville in a daze, jumping at every sound and refusing to go outside after sunset. I called my grandmother as soon as I got back to an area with cell service. When I told her what happened, she didn't seem surprised. "I told you those stories for a reason," was all she said. "Some things from the old country follow our blood, no matter where we go." I've been back in Chicago for 2 weeks now, but I still wake up some nights feeling like I'm falling from a great height. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear the distant sound of hooves on pavement outside my apartment window. I don't know what I experienced that night. Maybe it was mass hysteria or some kind of hallucination brought on by fear and the power of suggestion. But when I close my eyes, I can still see those glowing red eyes staring into mine, and I know whatever it was real. And sometimes I wonder, if these legends exist in remote corners of Iran, what other ancient things might be out there, waiting in the darkness for someone who doesn't know the right words to say. Story 3. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. Sure, I've watched horror movies and enjoyed a good scare, but it always remained firmly in the fiction category of my brain. That changed after what happened at Cassandra's house last month. I'm still trying to make sense of it, honestly. Cassandra and I have been friends since high school. We've always been different. I'm more practical, working my part-time job at McDonald's while studying, while she's into crystal healing, tarot readings, and witchcraft. I never judged her for it, but I definitely didn't take it seriously either. She would tell me about the spirits in her house, how they communicated with her through dreams, and I'd nod politely while thinking she was being a bit dramatic. That night was supposed to be just another sleepover. Nothing special, just watching movies, eating junk food, and catching up. I remember arriving at her place around 8 p.m. with an overnight bag and a pizza. Her house always had this weird energy, not necessarily bad, just different. The air felt heavier somehow. I used to joke that it was all the incense she burned, but now I'm not so sure. We stayed up late talking about everything and nothing, work drama, relationship stuff, the usual. I told her about how my manager at McDonald's had been giving me extra shifts, and how my boyfriend Matt had been distant lately. Cassandra listened, occasionally lighting another candle or adjusting her crystals. By 3 a.m., we were both getting tired, but for some reason I couldn't fall asleep. I just lay there on her pull-out couch, staring at the ceiling while Cassandra softly snored in her bed across the room. I must have finally dozed off around 10 a.m., which is crazy. I'd been awake for over 24 hours at that point. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The dream started at McDonald's, which wasn't unusual. I often dream about work, those anxiety dreams where your register won't work or customers are yelling at you. But this felt different, more vivid. The colors were sharper, the sounds clearer. I could smell the fries and feel the slippery floor under my shoes. It was so real that I didn't even question it. In the dream, I was working a normal shift. Everything seemed fine at first. Taking orders, making fries, the usual routine. Then I needed to use the bathroom. I remember walking down the back hallway past the manager's office. The lights were flickering slightly, which they sometimes do in real life when the AC kicks on. The bathroom looked normal at first. Same ugly yellow tiles, same paper towel dispenser that never works right. I went into a stall and then heard something. A rustling sound coming from the vent near the ceiling. I looked up and that's when I saw it. A snake. Not just any snake. This thing was massive, thick as my arm and unnaturally long. But what really made my blood run cold was its face. It had a rabbit's face, pink nose, long ears, but with reptilian eyes. It didn't make any sense. My brain was screaming that this couldn't exist, yet there it was, slithering partially out of the vent, watching me. I should have screamed. I should have run. But the strangest thing happened. After that initial shock of terror, I felt calm, like something was dampening my fear response. And then it spoke to me. "Hello, Sophia." The voice was soft, male, and strangely soothing. I'd never heard it before in my life. "Don't be afraid." "What are you?" I remember asking. "A visitor," it replied, tilting its rabbit snake head. "I've been watching you for some time." That should have freaked me out more, but in the dream logic, it didn't. We started talking. The conversation felt like it stretched on for weeks, maybe months, all compressed into what must have been minutes or hours of real sleep time. It asked me questions, so many questions about Earth, about humans, about our lives. "What purpose does your work serve?" it asked, referring to McDonald's. "We serve food to people who are hungry," I explained, feeling oddly like a museum guide. "And these people, they come to you rather than prepare their own sustenance?" "It's faster, more convenient." It seemed fascinated by the concept of convenience. Fascinating. You trade time for ease. The questions kept coming. About relationships, about emotions, about physical sensations. I tried to keep my answers neutral, explaining things without revealing too much personal information. Something inside me, some deep survival instinct, knew this thing wasn't human, wasn't from here, and that giving too much away could be dangerous. "Your species forms pair bonds," it observed after I mentioned Matt in passing, "for reproduction." "Sometimes," I said, "but also for companionship, for love." "Love," it repeated as if tasting the word. "This concept is difficult to translate." At some point during our conversation, I lost track of the snake rabbit. It had been slithering further into the bathroom, and then suddenly, it was gone. I left the bathroom and went back to work, feeling uneasy. That's when things got even weirder. I was taking an order from a customer when I noticed my co-worker, Jen, staring at me from the drink station. When I glanced at her, just for a split second, her face changed. It morphed into the rabbit snake face before snapping back to normal. It happened so fast I might have missed it if I'd blinked. My heart started racing. Was the thing able to look like us, to become us? I started questioning everyone around me. Was my manager really my manager? Was that regular customer who always ordered a large coffee with 6 sugars really human? The paranoia was overwhelming. Then the panic started. People were running, employees were shouting. Someone was saying that a co-worker had died, collapsed in the kitchen. My first thought was that the entity had done something. Had it hurt someone? Killed someone? I couldn't find out who had died. Nobody would give me a straight answer. I decided I needed to get out. I took off my name tag, threw it on the counter, and walked toward the exit. As I pushed open the door, I felt something behind me. A presence. I didn't look back. I just ran through the parking lot, past the drive-through lane, across the street. I could feel it pursuing me, though when I finally got the courage to look back, there was nothing visible. I ended up in a park near the restaurant trying to catch my breath. That's when I saw it again. The entity, but this time it had taken the form of an elderly woman. It was sitting on a bench, speaking to someone I couldn't quite see. Their conversation seemed intense, but I was too far away to hear what they were saying. The elderly woman's face occasionally flickered, revealing the rabbit snake underneath. And then I woke up. I sat bolt upright on Cassandra's pull-out couch, drenched in sweat. The clock read 2:30 p.m. I'd slept for less than 5 hours, but it felt like I'd lived through weeks in that dream. Cassandra was sitting cross-legged on her bed, reading. When she saw I was awake, she marked her page and looked at me with concern. "You were making noises in your sleep," she said. "Bad dream?" I told her everything. The snake with the rabbit's face, the conversations, the shape-shifting, the death at McDonald's, the chase, everything. As I spoke, her expression changed from concern to fascination. "That doesn't sound like a normal dream," she said when I finished. "That sounds like contact." "Contact with what?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "A spirit. Maybe one of the ones that lives here." She bit her lip, thinking. "Wait here." She went to her dresser and pulled out her tarot deck, the old one with the worn edges that she says gives the most accurate readings. I watched as she shuffled the cards, her eyes closed in concentration, before laying out a simple 3-card spread. I don't know much about tarot, but I remember the cards she pulled: the moon, the devil reversed, and the lovers. Cassandra studied them for a long moment, her brow furrowed. "This is interesting," she finally said. "The spirit that visited you is jealous." "Jealous of what?" "Not of what, of who." She tapped the lover's card. "I think it has romantic interest in you." I felt sick. "That's impossible. It's not even human." "Spirits don't always understand human boundaries," she explained. "This one seems to have formed an attachment to you. The reversed devil card suggests it's trying to break free of its constraints to reach you." All I could think about was how the entity had reacted when I mentioned Matt. It had seemed curious, maybe even bothered. And yet, Matt had actually appeared in the dream at one point, bringing me lunch during my shift. The entity had watched our interaction from behind the counter, its rabbit snake face unreadable. "But why me?" I asked. "Why now?" Cassandra shrugged. "Spirits choose who they choose. Maybe something about your energy attracted it." I stayed at Cassandra's until evening, too shaken to go home. We tried to distract ourselves with TV and more junk food, but I couldn't stop thinking about the dream, about the entity's questions, its fascination with humanity, and most disturbing of all, its apparent ability to take human form. The part that still haunts me the most was its sudden turn toward violence. Why did someone die in the dream? Was it sending me a message, a warning, or a threat? It's been a month since that night, and I haven't had another dream like that one. I've even stayed overnight at Cassandra's house again, half terrified and half hoping to make contact one more time so I could understand what it wanted. But nothing happened. I did quit my job at McDonald's, though. I couldn't handle being in that bathroom, staring at the vent, wondering if something was watching me. My manager was confused. I'd always been a reliable employee, but I couldn't explain the real reason. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear that soft male voice asking me questions again, about humans, about emotions, about love. And sometimes when I look at strangers on the street, I catch myself watching their faces a little too closely, looking for any sign of a flicker, any hint that they might not be who they appear to be. I don't know what visited me that day. I don't know if it was a spirit from Cassandra's house or something else entirely. All I know is that somewhere in some form, it's still out there, watching, learning, waiting, and most terrifying of all, I'm not entirely sure I don't want to see it again. Story 4. I've never actually shared this story before. It feels weird putting it out there after all these years, but I need to tell someone who might understand. Maybe you guys have dealt with something similar. I grew up in a small town called Willow Creek, in a house that sat on about 2 acres of land. It was a pretty standard 2-story place built in the 70s. Nothing special or creepy about it. My parents still live there. I had a normal childhood for the most part, except for this one thing that happened when I was about 5 years old. I remember it was a Saturday morning because my older brother had let me sleep in his room the night before. We'd been building a blanket fort and watching movies. I woke up super early, like that weird early morning time when the light is just barely coming through the windows and the house is completely silent. My brother was still asleep, and I knew my parents wouldn't be up for hours because they always slept in on weekends. I wasn't scared or anything. It was my house after all. I just climbed out of bed and decided to go watch cartoons in the living room. Our house had this long hallway that connected all the bedrooms to the main part of the house, and I remember the floor was cold on my bare feet as I walked down it. When I got to the living room, she was just there, standing by the big front window, looking out at our yard. A woman in a white dress. Not like a modern dress, but one of those pioneer-style dresses that went all the way to the floor. It was kind of billowy, with long sleeves and this big puffy skirt. I remember thinking it looked like something from Little House on the Prairie that my mum watched sometimes. The weird part, I wasn't scared at all. Not even a little bit. I just accepted that there was a lady in our living room the way kids do. The dress fascinated me more than anything. It looked almost foggy around the edges, not solid like regular clothes. The fabric moved strangely too, like it was floating in water, even though there wasn't any breeze. I walked right up to her and started playing with her dress. I was lifting the layers, feeling the fabric between my fingers. It felt not quite real, kind of cool to the touch, almost like running your hand through mist. But there was still something there. I could touch it, but it wasn't completely solid. I played with her dress for what felt like a few minutes, completely fascinated by the layers and the way the fabric moved. Then, for some reason, I decided to look up at her face. I remember tilting my head back, following the dress up to where her face should have been, and nothing. She was gone. Just disappeared. 1 second I was touching her dress, and the next second I was standing alone in the living room with my hands raised in midair. I didn't tell anyone. It didn't seem important, and I honestly forgot about it for years. It was just this weird memory I had that didn't quite match up with reality, so I figured maybe I'd dreamed it or something. Fast forward to my sophomore year of college. I'd brought my roommate Jen home for Thanksgiving break because her family lived across the country and she couldn't afford the flight. We'd been at the house for 2 days when I woke up in the middle of the night to find Jen standing in the doorway of my bedroom, white as a sheet. "There's someone in the house," she whispered. I immediately thought we had an intruder and started to panic, but Jen kept shaking her head. "No, not like that. I saw a woman walking up the stairs to your parents' room. I thought maybe it was your mom at first, but she was wearing this weird old-fashioned dress. When I called out, she just vanished." My blood went cold. I hadn't thought about the woman in the white dress for years, and I definitely had never told Jen about her. "What kind of dress?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Like an old pioneer dress or something. White, with long sleeves and a big puffy skirt, like something from the 1800s. She was just walking up the stairs, and then when I said hello, she disappeared." I didn't know what to say. How could Jen describe the exact same woman I'd seen as a kid? I tried to downplay it and suggested she'd been dreaming, but Jen was adamant. She'd been wide awake, going to the kitchen for water when she saw the woman. The next morning, I finally told my parents about both incidents. They exchanged this weird look, and my dad said they'd occasionally heard footsteps at night when no one was awake, but they'd always written it off as the house settling. They weren't the type to believe in ghosts, so they'd never really thought much about it. After college, I got married and would bring my husband back to visit my parents a few times a year. During one visit, his friend Mike came along because they were planning to go fishing at the lake nearby. Mike stayed in the guest room downstairs while we took my old bedroom. The next morning, Mike was already packed and standing by his car when we woke up. He refused to come back inside, saying he was done with this place. When my husband pushed him on what happened, Mike finally admitted that he'd woken up around 3 a.m. to find a woman in an old-fashioned white dress standing at the foot of his bed, just staring at him. He said he closed his eyes, hoping she'd go away, and when he opened them again, she was gone. He spent the rest of the night with the lights on, waiting for morning so he could leave. Again, I'd never told Mike about any of this. There's no way he could have known. About a year later, we visited again with my husband's cousin Alex, who was passing through town. Same thing. Alex took the guest room, and in the morning he asked if anyone had been walking around during the night. "I saw some lady in the hallway," he said, pouring his coffee. "I thought it was your mom at first, but she was wearing this weird costume, like an old-timey dress. White, floor-length, kind of puffy. I figured maybe she was going to a party or something." 4 different people had now seen the same woman. Me as a child, my college roommate, my husband's friend, and now his cousin. None of them knew about the others' experiences. I became obsessed with figuring out who she might be. I started researching the history of our property and the surrounding area. Turns out the land where our house stood used to be part of a Native American territory, specifically a war camp where different tribes would gather before battle. Later, in the mid-1800s, white settlers moved in and established a small community nearby. I dug deeper into the local historical society records and found something that made my skin crawl. Among the early settlers was a woman named Amanda Corfer. In 1867, she was collecting water at a lake about half a mile from where our house now stands when she was attacked and scalped by a group of Native Americans. According to the records, she survived the initial attack, but died from her wounds a few days later. The article mentioned she was the last known victim of scalping in the county. The lake where it happened, the same one where my husband and Mike had planned to go fishing. I have no idea if the woman in the white dress is Amanda Corfer. I never saw her face, and none of the others got a clear look either. But the timing fits. Pioneer women in the 1860s would have worn exactly the kind of dress I saw. And the fact that 4 different people, with no knowledge of each other's experiences, saw the same figure, it's hard to write that off as coincidence. What really gets me is that I wasn't scared of her as a child. I literally played with her dress, and she let me. She never did anything threatening to anyone who saw her. She just appeared, sometimes looking out windows, sometimes walking upstairs or down hallways. Almost like she's just going about her day, existing in the same space but in a different time. I don't live in Willow Creek anymore. My job took me to the other side of the country, but my parents still own that house, and every time I visit, I find myself wondering if I'll see her again. Part of me even wants to. I have so many questions I'd ask her now, as an adult. The strangest part is that I sometimes feel like she's attached herself to me, not just the house. Last year I was staying in a hotel for a work conference, 3 states away from Willow Creek. I woke up in the middle of the night with that feeling you get when someone's watching you. I opened my eyes, and for just a split second, I swear I saw a white dress disappear around the corner into the bathroom. By the time I got up to check, there was nothing there. Maybe it was just a dream. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me because I've thought about her so much over the years. But what about everyone else who saw her? What about Jen and Mike and Alex? They had no reason to make up stories about a woman in a white pioneer dress. I still don't know what to make of it all. Was it really the ghost of Amanda Corfer, forever tied to the land where she met her violent end, or is it something else entirely? I've tried to find photos of Amanda in the historical records, but there aren't any. No way to confirm if she's the woman I saw. All I know for sure is that something unexplainable happened in that house, is still happening, according to my parents' occasional updates about hearing footsteps at night. And whatever or whoever she is, she seems to have formed some kind of connection with me that I can't fully understand. I don't know why I'm the only one who wasn't afraid of her. Maybe because I was just a kid when we first met, with no preconceived notions about what was possible or impossible, or maybe there's something more to it, some connection between us that I still don't understand. Either way, the lady in the white pioneer dress is as real to me as anything else from my childhood. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep in those early morning hours, I catch myself wondering if I'll open my eyes to find her standing there again, looking out my window at something only she can see. Story 5. I've never really talked about this before. I mean, I've mentioned bits and pieces to close friends, but I've never sat down and written out everything that happened when my family rented that house in Pinecrest back in 2009. It's been 14 years, but some of the things that went down there still make my skin crawl. I was 15 at the time. My parents decided we needed more space since our family was growing. I had 2 brothers, and my cousin had moved in with us after his parents split up. Money was tight, so when my dad found this weirdly affordable 4-bedroom place in Pinecrest, which is normally way out of our price range, he jumped on it. The house itself was odd. Not in an obvious horror movie way, but structurally strange. It was like someone had taken 2 smaller houses and connected them with this long hallway. One section had the living room, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. Then you'd walk down this corridor, easily 30 feet long, to get to the other section, with 2 more bedrooms and another bathroom. The layout never made sense to me. Like, who designs a house that way? We moved in during the summer. I remember it was brutally hot, and the AC in the place worked, but barely. Dad kept saying he'd get to fixing it proper, but he was always busy with work. He's a plumber, has been his whole life, and was taking every job he could get since the economy had tanked the year before. The first month was totally normal, boring even. I was annoyed about having moved away from my friends, but whatever. Then my brother Miguel started acting weird. Miguel was 17 then, and usually the last one awake playing video games. One night, maybe 6 weeks after we moved in, I woke up to him shaking me. It was like 2 a.m., and he looked freaked out. "Did you just walk behind me in the kitchen?" he whispered. I was groggy and confused. "What? No, I was sleeping." "Someone just walked up behind me. I heard footsteps." I figured he was messing with me, but the look on his face was dead serious. He explained that he'd gone to get leftovers from the fridge, and while he was standing there with the door open, he heard footsteps coming up behind him, like someone walking normally across our tile floor. He said it sounded like they walked right up to him, close enough that he should have felt them breathing on his neck, but when he turned around, nobody was there. "Maybe it was Dad," I suggested. "I checked. Everyone's asleep." I told him he was being paranoid and went back to sleep, but the next morning he still seemed shaken up, I didn't think much about it until a couple weeks later when Miguel had his friend Carlos over. They were playing Xbox in Miguel's room, which was in the second section of the house. Carlos left around midnight, but called Miguel about 20 minutes later, saying he'd forgotten his phone charger. Miguel was already half asleep and told Carlos to just use his spare key to let himself in. Our parents were out at some function. Carlos came back, found his charger, and was heading out when he saw what he thought was our cousin Ricky standing at the far end of that long hallway. According to Carlos, he called out, "Later, Ricky," but got no response. He thought that was weird, so he pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight to see better. There was nobody there. The thing is, Carlos swore he saw someone, a person-shaped shadow, just standing there watching him. And Ricky was actually staying at a friend's house that night, so it couldn't have been him. When Carlos told Miguel about this the next day, Miguel finally told me about some other weird stuff he'd been noticing, like items being moved around when nobody was home, or the TV turning on by itself in the middle of the night. I still wasn't convinced. I figured there had to be logical explanations. Maybe the house had weird wiring or something. Maybe Carlos was tired and seeing things. I hadn't experienced anything strange personally, so it was easy for me to be skeptical. Then my Uncle Hector came to visit for a weekend in October. Uncle Hector is my mum's brother, and he's this big, tough construction worker who doesn't believe in anything supernatural. The first day he was with us, he took a nap on the living room couch, while everyone else was out back having a barbecue. I was getting more ice from the freezer when I heard Uncle Hector curse and jump up from the couch. He looked confused and asked me if I'd just been pulling a prank on him. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Someone was tugging on my blanket," he said, looking at the throw blanket that had fallen on the floor, "like pulling it off me." I told him I'd just walked in, and he got this weird look on his face. He tried to laugh it off, saying he must have been dreaming, but I could tell he was rattled. Later that night, I overheard him talking to my mum about it, and he kept insisting that it felt like someone was deliberately trying to wake him up by pulling the blanket off slowly, starting from his feet. My mum, being super Catholic, immediately started talking about blessing the house, but my dad shut that down quick. He's always been the practical one, and he hated when my mum got superstitious, as he called it. Speaking of my dad, what happened to him was by far the creepiest thing of all. Dad had been planning to repaint some of the rooms. The previous tenant had painted one of the bedrooms this ugly, dark green color that made the already small room feel like a cave. One Friday night in November, he decided to finally tackle the project. Mum took my younger brother to his friend's birthday sleepover, Miguel was at a football game, and Ricky and I were watching movies in the living room. Dad was in the green bedroom, which was down that long hallway in the second section of the house. He'd been painting for maybe an hour when suddenly we heard this crash, and then what sounded like someone running. A few seconds later, my dad burst into the living room, white as a sheet and breathing hard. "Dad, what happened?" I asked, thinking maybe he'd fallen off the ladder or something. He stood there for a second, just staring at us. Then he mumbled something about needing a cigarette. He'd quit years ago and went outside. I followed him, worried. When I got to the back porch, he was just standing there, staring into the darkness of our backyard. His hands were shaking so bad he couldn't light the cigarette he'd bummed from the emergency pack my mum kept hidden. "Dad, what's wrong?" I asked again. He looked at me, and I'll never forget the expression on his face, like he'd seen something his brain couldn't process. "Nothing," he said finally. "Just got lightheaded from the paint fumes. I need some air." I knew he was lying. My dad is terrible at lying. But he clearly didn't want to talk about it, so I left him alone. It wasn't until years later, after we'd moved out, that my dad finally told me what happened that night. He said he was up on the ladder, painting near the ceiling, when he got the feeling someone was watching him. When he turned around, He saw something standing in the doorway. It was shaped like a man, he told me. But it had... I know this sounds crazy. It had the head of a goat, with horns. Just the outline like a shadow, but I could see it clear as day. My dad said he stared at it for what felt like forever, but was probably just a few seconds. Then it tilted its head like it was studying him, and my dad completely freaked out. He dropped the paint roller and practically fell off the ladder, getting away from it. He never told us at the time because he didn't want to scare us kids. Instead, he made up excuses to avoid going down that hallway alone, especially at night. He even hired someone to finish painting that room, claiming he was too busy with work. These incidents kept happening. Small things, usually. The sound of footsteps when no one was there. Doors that would close by themselves. The feeling of being watched. But the weirdest part was that I never experienced anything directly. It was always happening to someone else in the house or to visitors. There was this one time when my mum's friend Sylvia came over with her daughter. The little girl, she was maybe 5 or 6, refused to go down the hallway to use the bathroom. She kept saying there was a bad man standing there. My mum thought she was just being difficult until Sylvia went to check and came back looking uncomfortable, saying she felt like someone was staring at her the whole time she was in the hallway, even though she couldn't see anyone. By December, things got worse. My brother Miguel started sleeping in the living room because he said he kept hearing scratching sounds in the walls of his bedroom at night. My cousin Ricky, who shared the room with him, backed him up, saying sometimes he'd wake up feeling like someone was sitting on the end of his bed, but there was never anyone there. One night we were eating dinner when we all heard what sounded like someone running full speed down that hallway. My dad grabbed a baseball bat and went to check, but of course there was no one there. The house was locked up tight and all the windows were closed because it was winter. Even in Miami, it gets chilly in December. We only stayed in that house for 8 months total. By February 2010, my parents found another place and broke the lease. They lost the security deposit, but my dad said it was worth it. He never admitted to us that the weird stuff was why we moved. He claimed it was because the commute to his jobs was too long, but I know that's not the real reason. Looking back on it now, the thing that gets me is how whatever it was, seemed almost playful in a twisted way. It never hurt anybody. It just seemed to enjoy scaring us, especially when we were alone, like a trickster of some kind. The footsteps behind my brother, the shadow figure Carlos saw, the blanket being pulled off my uncle, the running sounds, it all seems like the actions of something that was toying with us. But that goat-headed figure my dad saw, that's the part that still gives me chills. I've done some research since then and learned about various mythological creatures that match that description. Some cultures have stories about demons or spirits that take that form. I don't know what to make of it, honestly. We never found out any history about the house. My parents didn't want to know, I think. After we moved out, I heard the place stayed empty for almost a year before someone else rented it. I've been tempted to drive by and see if it's still standing, maybe even knock on the door and ask the current residents if they've experienced anything strange. But part of me is afraid of what I might find out. I still don't know exactly what was in that house with us. I just know that whatever it was, it seemed to enjoy our fear. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I still get the feeling that I'm being watched. Like maybe a little piece of whatever was in that house followed us out. Story 6. I've never been the type of person who believes in ghosts. In fact, I've always been a solid skeptic when it comes to anything paranormal. Science explains most things, right? That's what I've told myself for years. But something happened at my grandparents' house last summer that I still can't explain, no matter how much I try to reason it away. My name's James, and I was staying at my grandparents' old house in Millfield for a couple weeks during my summer break from college. Their home is this classic 2-story place, built sometime in the 1930s, with a wraparound porch and those creaky wooden floors you'd expect in an older home. The neighborhood is super quiet, the kind where most people are in bed by 10 p.m. and you barely hear a car drive by after dark. I'd been there about 4 days and everything was completely normal. I was sleeping in the guest bedroom on the first floor, which has these 2 tall windows that face out toward the front porch. The room has always been comfortable enough, despite the ancient mattress that sinks a bit in the middle. My grandparents keep the house pretty much the same as it's been for decades. Floral wallpaper, old family photos everywhere, furniture that's probably worth something to collectors now. That night, I went to bed around midnight after watching some videos on my laptop. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but then woke up suddenly at exactly 2:34 a.m. I remember checking my phone and seeing the time, feeling weirdly alert, like I hadn't been sleeping at all. There wasn't any noise that woke me up, no car outside, no thunderstorm, nothing like that. I just woke up completely. I laid there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling and trying to will myself back to sleep. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the front porch. Slow, measured footsteps. Step, pause. Step, pause, like someone was taking a casual stroll in no hurry whatsoever. At first I figured it was just my grandpa. He sometimes has trouble sleeping and walks around the house, but these steps were definitely coming from outside, from the porch that runs right past my window. The sound was unmistakable, that hollow wooden sound of someone walking on old porch boards. Anyone who's been on an old wooden porch knows exactly what I'm talking about. I sat up in bed and listened more carefully. The footsteps continued at the same steady pace. Step, pause, step, pause. They weren't sneaky or trying to be quiet, just regular walking, like whoever it was had every right to be there. That's what was weird about it. Not frantic or creeping, just normal walking. At 2:30 something in the morning, I started to get a bit concerned. My grandparents live in a safe area, but still, someone walking around on their porch in the middle of the night isn't exactly normal. I decided to look out the window to see who it was. I slid out of bed and moved to the window on the right. The front porch is partially illuminated by a street lamp across the road, so there's always this yellowish glow that makes it possible to see out there, even in the middle of the night. I pushed the curtain aside just enough to peek out without being obvious. Nothing. The porch was completely empty, but the footsteps continued. I moved to the other window for a better angle, thinking maybe they were in a blind spot. Still nothing. Just the empty porch, the railing, the old wicker chair my grandma keeps out there, the wooden boards that I knew someone was walking on. I could hear it clear as day. Step, pause, step, pause. I started to get goosebumps. I'm not easily spooked, but hearing something so distinctly while seeing absolutely nothing will mess with your head. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was still half asleep and imagining things, but the sound was real, too specific, too consistent to be my imagination. The footsteps moved slowly down the length of the porch, past my window, toward the far end. Then they stopped. I waited for a minute, wondering if whoever it was had gone around to the side of the house. But then, after about 30 seconds of silence, they started again, this time coming back in my direction. I felt frozen in place. I couldn't see anyone, but something was definitely making those sounds. I considered waking up my grandparents, but what would I say? Hey, I hear invisible footsteps? I'd sound crazy. So I just stood there, watching and listening, as the invisible walker made their way back and forth across the porch. There was something almost routine about it, like they were pacing, waiting for something, or someone. After about 20 minutes of this, the footsteps finally stopped. I waited at the window for another 5 minutes, but there was nothing, just the occasional sounds of the house settling and the distant hum of a neighbor's air conditioner. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just laid there, trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was an animal. But what animal walks that steadily, that human-like? A raccoon or possum would scurry. This was the distinct rhythm of human footsteps. Maybe it was the wood expanding or contracting with temperature changes. But that wouldn't create such a clear walking pattern. When morning finally came, I was exhausted from lack of sleep and still puzzled by what I'd heard. I went to the kitchen where my grandmother was making breakfast. My grandfather was out in the garden, as usual. I didn't want to sound dramatic, so I casually mentioned it while pouring myself some coffee. "Hey, Grandma, I think I heard someone walking on the front porch last night, around 2:30 or so." I expected her to be concerned or surprised. Instead, she paused what she was doing and looked at me with this expression I'll never forget. Not scared, not worried, just a look of quiet recognition. "You probably heard her," she said simply, turning back to the stove. "Her?" The casualness of her response took me completely off guard. "What do you mean, her?" I asked, sitting down at the kitchen table. Grandma set a plate of eggs in front of me and then sat down across from me. People who stay in that room often hear footsteps on the porch at night. Sometimes they see her too, just a figure standing at the far end. She doesn't bother anyone. I stared at my grandmother, trying to process what she was saying. My pragmatic, no-nonsense grandmother, who I'd never heard talk about anything supernatural before, was calmly telling me about what sounded like a ghost, as if she was discussing the weather. "How long has this been happening?" I asked, my fork suspended halfway to my mouth. "As long as I can remember," she said. "Your grandfather's parents mentioned it when we first moved in back in the 70s. They said it was nothing to worry about. And you believe it's... what? A ghost?" I felt strange even saying the word out loud. Grandma shrugged. "I believe it's someone who lived here before, someone who still feels connected to this place." She took a sip of her tea. "Some nights I hear her walking, usually around the same time you did. Sometimes she'll walk for hours." "Aren't you scared?" I couldn't comprehend how casually she was talking about this. "Why would I be? She's never done anything harmful. She just walks." Grandma looked out the window toward the porch. "I think she's just checking on things, making sure everything's all right." I spent the rest of the day feeling unsettled, periodically staring at the porch when I thought no one was watching. It looked so ordinary in the daylight, just weathered grey boards, the peeling white railing, my grandfather's potted plants at each end. That evening, I couldn't help myself. I went online and searched for the history of Millfield and any records of our street. I found nothing unusual about my grandparents' house specifically, though I did learn that the land had once been part of a larger farm property before the town expanded in the early 1900s. I thought about asking my grandfather, but he's always been more practical than my grandmother. He'd probably just tell me it was the house settling or a branch scraping against the porch roof. That night, I was determined to stay awake and see if I heard the footsteps again. I kept myself busy on my laptop until about 2 a.m., then shut everything off and just sat on the edge of the bed, listening in the darkness. Nothing happened. The next night was the same. Nothing. For the remainder of my stay, another week and a half, I never heard those footsteps again. Part of me was relieved, but another part felt strangely disappointed, like I'd been given a brief glimpse of something beyond ordinary explanation. And now it was gone. On my last day, as I was packing my things, my grandmother came into the room with fresh towels. "You didn't hear her again, did you?" she asked, placing the towels on the dresser. I looked up, surprised by the question. "No." "How did you know?" She smiled. "She doesn't usually come back once she's been acknowledged. At least not right away. She might wait months before walking again." "Grandma, who do you think she is?" I asked, zipping up my duffel bag. She walked to the window and looked out at the porch. I've always thought she might be the farmer's wife, the one who owned this land before it was divided up. Your grandfather found an old photograph in the attic when we were first married. A woman standing on this very porch. The photo was dated 1904. She looked sad, like she was waiting for someone. I joined my grandmother at the window. "Do you still have the photo?" She shook her head. "It was lost in the flood back in '97. A lot of old things were ruined then." She patted my arm. "Don't worry too much about it, James. Some things just don't have explanations." But that's the thing. I've always needed explanations. I've spent months trying to rationalize what I heard that night. It could have been the wind, or the house settling, or my half-asleep brain misinterpreting some other sound. That's what the logical part of me wants to believe. Yet I know what I heard. Those footsteps were real. They had weight and rhythm and purpose. And the way my grandmother talked about her, not with fear or superstition, but with a kind of respectful familiarity, has stuck with me. I haven't been back to my grandparents' house since last summer. I'm planning to visit again in a few weeks. Part of me is nervous about staying in that room again, about what I might hear or see. But another part of me is curious. Maybe this time I'll catch a glimpse of whoever or whatever walks the porch at night. I don't know if I believe in ghosts now. I'm still that same skeptical person who wants scientific explanations for everything. But there's a crack in my certainty that wasn't there before. A small space where I have to admit that maybe, just maybe, there are things in this world that defy rational explanation. All I know for sure is what I heard that night. Those slow, steady footsteps on an empty porch, and the strange, matter-of-fact way my grandmother confirmed that I wasn't the first to hear them, and I probably wouldn't be the last. Story 7. We moved to this small house on the edge of a native reserve because it was all my parents could afford at the time. Dad had lost his job, and Mom was working double shifts just to keep food on the table. The house itself wasn't much. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that barely fit our small dining table, and a living room with these weird stains on the ceiling that no amount of paint could cover. But what made it truly unsettling was how isolated it was. Our nearest neighbors were about half a mile away, and behind our property was nothing but dense woods that seemed to swallow all light and sound. From the very first night, something felt off. I remember unpacking my stuffed animals in my new room and feeling like I was being watched. Not the typical kid afraid of the dark feeling. This was different, heavier, more intentional. I started developing these habits that, looking back, were clear signs of anxiety. I never sat with my back to a door. I always positioned myself near exits. I'd check under my bed multiple times before sleeping, and I started sleeping with the lights on. My parents thought it was just the stress of moving, but my older sister Priya felt it too. She was 14 then, and much braver than me, but even she started keeping a baseball bat beside her bed, just in case. The first major incident happened about 3 months after we moved in. Mom and Dad were fighting a lot back then, about money, about the house, about everything really. That particular day, I had stayed home from school with a fever. Mom had to work, so she gave me some medicine, set me up on the couch with blankets and the TV remote, and promised she'd check on me during her lunch break. I must have dozed off because when I woke up, the TV was playing some game show I didn't recognize. I felt this weird pressure on the couch, like someone had sat down next to me. Without turning my head, I said, "Mom, is it lunchtime already?" No response. The pressure on the couch remained, so I turned, expecting to see my mother. There was nobody there, but the couch cushion was clearly depressed, as if someone was sitting on it. I reached out and touched the indentation. It was ice cold. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that someone or something was sitting there watching me. I've never moved so fast in my life. I ran straight outside and stayed on our front step until my sister came home from school 2 hours later. I didn't tell my parents because they were already stressed enough, and I figured they'd just say I was imagining things. But the incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent and more frightening. Our financial situation got worse instead of better. Dad couldn't hold down a job for more than a few months. Mum developed health problems that drained what little savings we had. They fought constantly, sometimes so loudly that I'd hide in my closet with my hands over my ears. The house itself seemed to feed off our misery. Lights would flicker, even after we changed the bulbs. Doors would slam shut on perfectly still days. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. The air would suddenly turn freezing cold in certain spots, like walking through invisible ice patches. One night when I was about 10, Priya was studying late for a test. Her room was across the hall from mine, and I was trying to sleep, but couldn't because of the light from her room. Suddenly, I heard her let out this strangled sort of gasp. I peeked out my door and saw her standing frozen in her doorway, staring down the hallway towards the living room. "What's wrong?" I whispered. She just pointed, her hand shaking. Rolling down the hallway was a small yellow ball with a smiley face painted on it. None of us owned anything like that. It rolled to a stop right in the middle of the hallway, and then, I swear on everything I hold dear, dozens of cockroaches started pouring out from under it, scattering in every direction. Priya grabbed my arm and pulled me into her room, slamming the door shut. We pushed her dresser against it and huddled together on her bed. That's when we saw it, a shadow moving under the door, not like someone walking past with a light behind them. This shadow seemed to seep in like black liquid, forming the vague shape of a person before retreating again. We spent the night in Priya's room with the lights on, not daring to open the door until morning. When we finally did, there was no ball, no cockroaches, nothing. Our parents didn't believe us. Things would disappear constantly, then reappear in places we'd already checked multiple times. Dad's reading glasses once vanished while he was in the shower. We tore the house apart looking for them, checked every drawer, shelf, counter, couch cushion. The next morning, there they were, sitting in plain sight on the bookshelf in the living room, a shelf we had emptied completely during our search. My mum, who grew up in South India, started becoming increasingly paranoid about a figure known in her culture as Kudu Gudupru Karan, a wandering fortune teller or mystic who's believed to sometimes carry malevolent energy. About a year into living in that house, one of these men appeared in our area. He wore tattered clothes, carried a small drum, and would go door to door, offering to tell fortunes or perform small rituals for money. The first time he came to our door, my mum grabbed me and Priya and hurried us into the bathroom, locking the door and sitting with her back against it until he left. When Dad came home and she told him about it, he laughed it off as superstition. But I saw the fear in my mother's eyes. She kept muttering prayers under her breath for days afterward. Then the man started showing up more frequently, but only when my dad wasn't home. He'd stand at our door, knocking persistently, sometimes for 10 or 15 minutes straight. My mom would make us hide every time, never answering. Once I peeked through the window blinds and saw him staring directly at me, as if he knew exactly where I was looking from. His eyes were so empty, like looking into nothing at all. About 4 years into living there, when I was 11, the man stopped coming. We thought we were finally free of him until something even more disturbing started happening. Late at night, we'd hear someone outside our house speaking in a language none of us recognized. Not even my mom, who speaks 4 Indian languages. The voice would recite what sounded like the same phrases over and over, sometimes for hours. One night Dad had enough. He grabbed a flashlight and his old cricket bat and went outside to confront whoever was doing it. I watched from my window as the beam of his flashlight swept across our yard, illuminating nothing. The chanting stopped the moment he stepped outside, but as soon as he turned to come back in, it started again, closer this time, almost like it was right behind him. Dad spun around, swinging wildly with the bat, but there was nobody there. After that night, the chanting became more frequent, sometimes happening in broad daylight. We'd all hear it, but whenever we looked for the source, we found nothing. Priya had it worst. Around when she turned 16, she started having these recurring nightmares about a yogi, a holy man with long matted hair and ash-covered skin, sitting on her chest while she slept. She'd wake up gasping for breath, saying he was chanting in her ear and she couldn't move or breathe. It got so bad that she started sleeping in my parents' room on a mattress on the floor. I developed my own nightmares too. In mine, I was always trying to leave the house, but the more doorways I went through, the more I found myself going deeper into rooms that shouldn't exist. In the final room, there was always a figure sitting in the corner with its back to me. I never saw its face, and I always woke up just as it started to turn around. When I was 13, my dad finally landed a stable job in a city about 3 hours away. It paid enough that we could afford to move, and we did, practically overnight. We didn't even wait to sell the old house. My parents just abandoned it and dealt with the financial fallout later. The strange thing is, the moment we left that property, everything changed. Not gradually, but instantly. The constant feeling of dread that had been my companion for 6 years lifted like a physical weight off my shoulders. My parents stopped fighting. Dad kept his job. Mum's health improved. Priya's nightmares stopped completely. My anxiety eased enough that I could sleep with my back to the door again. It was like whatever had attached itself to us remained with that house. I've done some research since then, trying to make sense of what we experienced. I learned that the land our house was built on had been part of disputed territory between two indigenous tribes. People locally said that portion of land had always been considered spiritually significant. Not a burial ground exactly, but a place where rituals were performed. I'm 25 now, and I still can't explain what happened during those 6 years. Was it a haunting? A curse? Mass hysteria fueled by stress and financial hardship? All I know is that it was real to us, and whatever it was, it stayed behind when we left. Sometimes I think about the family that might be living in that house now. I wonder if they feel it too, that constant oppressive sense of being watched. If they check under their beds before sleeping, if they've seen the yellow ball rolling down their hallway, or heard the chanting outside their windows at night. I wonder if they've met the Kudu Guduprukaran yet, with his empty eyes and persistent knocking. I've never been back, and I never will. Some places feel wrong because they are wrong, and that house was one of them. To this day, I can't sleep with the closet door open, and the sound of knocking after dark still makes my heart race. Because for 6 years, something was living with us that wasn't human. And the most terrifying part is that I'll never know exactly what it was, or why it chose us. Story 8. I've been trying to write this down for months. Every time I start, my hands shake so badly that I have to stop. It's stupid, really. I'm 32 years old and still terrified of something I saw when I was 7. But after talking to my cousin Jake last week, I realized I need to get this out. Maybe someone else has seen what we saw. Maybe someone can explain it. I grew up in Pinehaven. It's your typical small town where everyone knows everyone, and the local church is the center of everything. Our church wasn't one of those modern buildings with fancy lighting and a coffee shop. It was old, like built in the 1920s old. The main sanctuary was beautiful, with these huge stained glass windows and wooden pews that creaked whenever you moved. But the rest of the building was weird. The layout made absolutely no sense. There were hallways that seemed to lead nowhere, random staircases and doors that opened to walls. My dad told me once that the building had been expanded and renovated so many times that nobody remembered the original floor plan anymore. There were offices that nobody used, storage rooms packed with decades-old Sunday school materials, and even what looked like abandoned apartments on the upper floor. As kids, we were told not to wander around the building alone. Of course, that made us want to explore it even more. The Christmas when I was 7, our church held its annual holiday party. It was always a big deal. Potluck dinner in the fellowship hall, adults drinking punch and talking about boring stuff, kids running wild. My cousins Jake and Emma were there too. Jake was 9 and Emma was 8, which made them the coolest people in my world. After dinner, when all the adults were deep in conversation, Jake nudged me and Emma. "Want to go exploring?" he whispered. I still remember the excitement bubbling up in my stomach. The church felt different at night. The hallways were darker, the shadows longer, and everything echoed in a way it didn't during Sunday service. We slipped away from the fellowship hall and started our adventure. First, we checked out the classrooms, but those were boring, just chairs and Bible story posters. Then we ventured upstairs to what used to be the choir practice room. It had these weird risers and a piano missing half its keys. "Let's go to the West Wing," Jake suggested. The West Wing was the oldest part of the building, the part that even the adults rarely went to. The hallway leading there was narrow and dimly lit. Some of the ceiling lights flickered, and others didn't work at all. The carpet was this ugly brown color that had probably been there since the 70s. "Aren't you scared?" Emma teased me when I hesitated. "No," I lied, squeezing my hands into fists to stop them from shaking. I wasn't about to let my older cousins think I was a baby. As we went deeper into the West Wing, the sounds of the Christmas party faded completely. It was so quiet I could hear our footsteps on the carpet and the occasional creaking of the old building. We passed by several closed doors, storage rooms, an old nursery, what used to be the church library before they built the new one. Jake was in the lead, then Emma, and I trailed behind, occasionally glancing over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. At the end of the hallway was a wall, just a plain wall with faded wallpaper. "Dead end," Emma sighed, clearly disappointed. But Jake wasn't convinced. He ran his hand along the wall, pressing in different spots. I heard Pastor Mike talking to Dad once. He said there were hidden rooms in the church that weren't on any blueprint. I thought Jake was making it up to sound cool, but then something clicked, and a section of the wall swung inward. It wasn't dramatic, just a small creak and a puff of dust. But all three of us gasped like we'd discovered buried treasure. "No way," Emma whispered. Behind the hidden door was a small room, empty except for a wooden chair in the center and some papers scattered on the floor. The air smelled musty, like nobody had been there in years. Jake stepped in first, and Emma and I followed. The room was maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with a low ceiling that made even us kids feel cramped. There were no windows, and the only light came from the hallway behind us. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice sounding smaller than I intended. Jake picked up one of the papers from the floor. "Church bulletins," he said, showing us a yellowed program from a Sunday service dated 1982. Weird. That's when I noticed another door on the far wall of the room. Unlike the hidden entrance we'd just come through, this was a proper door with a small window at eye level. Well, adult eye level, which meant we couldn't see through it. "Look," I pointed. Jake walked over to the door and tried the handle. It was locked. "I want to see what's in there," he said, eyeing the small window. He dragged the wooden chair over and positioned it in front of the door. "I'll go first," he announced, climbing onto the chair. Standing on tiptoes, Jake peered through the window. At first, his face showed only curiosity, then confusion, and then, this is the part that still makes my stomach turn, his expression changed to pure terror. His face went white, and he scrambled off the chair so fast he knocked it over. What did you see?" Emma demanded. Jake shook his head frantically. "Nothing, let's go back." His voice was shaking, but Emma wasn't buying it. "No way, you saw something, I want to see too." While they argued, I picked up the chair and set it in front of the door again. My heart was pounding, but I was determined not to look like a scaredy cat. "I'll look," I said, and before either of them could stop me, I climbed onto the chair. The window was small, maybe 8 inches square, with wire mesh embedded in the glass. The room beyond was dark, but not completely. There was a faint, greyish light coming from somewhere I couldn't see, enough to make out shapes but not details. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just another empty room, slightly larger than the one we were in. Then my eyes adjusted more, and I realized there was someone in the far corner. It was a figure, standing completely still, facing the wall. From behind, it looked like a person, human-shaped, with arms and legs and what seemed like pale skin. But it was naked, with no clothes or hair that I could see. Its arms were raised, hands covering its face, pressed against the wall like it was playing hide-and-seek. I should have been scared. I should have jumped down immediately. But there was something about the figure that kept me frozen in place, staring. It wasn't moving at all, not even the slight movement you'd see from someone breathing. "Lily, get down," Jake whispered urgently, tugging at my leg. But I couldn't move. I kept staring at the figure, waiting for it to turn around, waiting for it to do something. Then Emma pushed me aside. "My turn," she said, climbing up to look. I stumbled back, suddenly aware of how cold I felt. My entire body was covered in goosebumps. Emma only looked for a few seconds before she jumped down, her face as pale as Jake's had been. "It turned its head," she whispered, her voice trembling, "just a little bit, like it heard us. I saw its face." "What did it look like?" I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know. Emma shook her head, tears forming in her eyes. "It was wrong. Its face was grey, like ashes, and it had these huge, dark circles under its eyes. So dark that it looked like it didn't have eyes at all, just empty spaces." Jake grabbed both our arms. "We need to go, now!" We ran. Through the hidden door, down the hallway, not stopping until we reached the fellowship hall, where the adults were still chatting like nothing had happened. We burst in, out of breath, and probably looking terrified, but nobody noticed. Or if they did, they just assumed we'd been playing tag or something. The weird thing is, and this is what I've been struggling with for years, we never talked about it afterward. Not that night, not the next day, not ever. It was like the three of us silently agreed to pretend it never happened. And somehow, I almost did forget. Almost. Throughout my childhood, I developed an intense fear of the dark. I needed a nightlight until I was 14, which my parents thought was ridiculous. I couldn't explain to them why the darkness terrified me so much, because I couldn't remember exactly what had scared me in the first place. All I knew was that I had this constant, nagging fear that if I looked into a dark corner too long, I might see something looking back. Last month, I was going through old family photos and found one from that Christmas party. There we were, Jake, Emma, and me, sitting at a table with paper plates of cookies, looking normal. But our eyes, there was something off about our expressions. We looked haunted. It was like a key turning in a lock. Suddenly, I remembered everything. The hidden room, the figure against the wall, Emma's description of its face. The memories came flooding back with such clarity that I felt sick. I called Jake immediately. We haven't been close as adults. He lives in another state, has a wife and kids. When I brought up the church, he was quiet for so long that I thought we'd been disconnected. "Jake, are you there?" "I've been trying to forget that for 25 years, Lily," he finally said. His voice sounded strained. "Do you know how many therapists I've seen? How many sleep medications I've tried? And you just bring it up like we're talking about some childhood game." "I'm sorry," I said quickly. I remembered it all suddenly, and I thought maybe I'd imagined it. I needed to know if it really happened." He was quiet again before saying, "It happened, but Emma never saw its face." "What? Yes, she did. She said, Emma was behind me the whole time. You looked through the window, then I pulled you down. Emma never got a chance to look. It was me who saw its face." I felt cold all over again. But I remember Emma saying, "It wasn't Emma. It was me." I described what I saw, and somehow, over the years, you've mixed up who said what. but I'm the one who's had to live with that image in my head. We talked for another hour. Jake told me he'd gone back to the church as a teenager, trying to find the hidden room again, but couldn't. The west wing had been renovated, walls knocked down, new rooms built. Whatever was behind that windowed door, it's either gone now or completely sealed away. What scares me most isn't what we saw that night. It's the fact that both Jake and I somehow suppressed the memory for years, only to have it resurface in such vivid detail decades later. How does that happen? How does your brain hide something so terrifying, only to throw it back at you when you least expect it? And what was that thing in the room? Why was it in a church, of all places? Was it a ghost, a demon, some poor, deformed person locked away and forgotten? I've searched online for similar experiences, for any mention of Pinehaven Church and its hidden rooms, but found nothing. The church itself was torn down 5 years ago to make way for a new building with proper fire exits and wheelchair access. Whatever secrets it held are buried now. But I still can't shake the image of that figure, standing motionless against the wall, hands covering its face. Sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I imagine it turning around slowly, revealing those hollow black eye sockets and that ashen face. And I wonder if it's not in that room anymore. Where is it now? Maybe writing this down will help me process it. Or maybe someone else has seen something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. All I know is that I'm 32 years old, and I still can't look into a dark, empty room without wondering if something is standing there, facing the wall, waiting for someone to see it. Story 9. I've been sitting on this experience for almost a year now, and I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. I've tried convincing myself it was just my imagination running wild after hearing some stupid local legend, but I know what I saw that night in Santa Rosa. So last year, my cousin Ernesto and I were driving back from visiting family in central Mexico. We'd left later than planned because his mom, my aunt, kept insisting we stay for just one more meal and just one more hour. You know how Mexican families are. You can't just leave without eating something or they take it personally. By the time we finally hit the road, it was already getting dark. We were taking turns driving my beat-up Honda Civic. Nothing fancy, but reliable enough for the long stretches of highway through the desert. It was my turn to rest while Ernesto drove, but I couldn't sleep. The radio kept cutting out between stations, and the silence between us was making me restless. Around 1:30 a.m., we were getting low on gas, and I needed to pee badly after all the jarritos my aunt had forced on me before leaving. We saw a sign for Santa Rosa coming up, just a small dot on the map, the kind of place most people drive through without noticing. "Let's stop at the next gas station," I told Ernesto. "I've been holding it for the last hour." As we pulled off the highway, I noticed how dead the town seemed. Just a main street with a few buildings, most of them dark. The only real light came from this old Pemex station that looked like it hadn't been renovated since the 80s. There was a tile factory looming in the background, the town's main employer from what I could tell. While Ernesto filled up the tank, I went inside to pay and use the bathroom. The guy at the counter looked half asleep until I mentioned we were just passing through. "You boys heading out tonight?" he asked, suddenly more alert. "Yeah, trying to make it to the border by tomorrow afternoon," I said, not really interested in small talk at 2 a.m. He hesitated, then said, "You might want to wait until morning. It's not good to drive these roads at night." I laughed it off. "We'll be fine. Highway's empty anyway." That's when he told me about the black semi. According to him, years ago there was this trucker who used to stop in Santa Rosa every Tuesday on his regular route. Drove a massive black semi with chrome details. Everyone in town knew him because he was friendly, always tipped well at the local diner. One night, he was heading to the truck stop when a pickup truck driven by some drunk teenagers blew through an intersection and slammed right into the driver's side of his rig. The impact was so violent that the pickup actually got wedged under the semi's cabin. Because the town is so isolated, it took the ambulance almost an hour to arrive. By then, everyone was dead. The trucker and both kids in the pickup. They had to bring special equipment from the next town over just to separate the vehicles. The guy said the accident was so gruesome that some of the first responders quit afterward. "So, what's that got to do with us driving tonight?" I asked, getting impatient. A week after they cleaned up the accident, people started seeing a black semi driving around town late at night. Same make, same model as the one that was destroyed. Nobody driving it into town. Nobody ever seeing it leave. It just appears after midnight. I rolled my eyes, thinking this was just some bullshit story to scare tourists. "The thing is," he continued, lowering his voice, "it follows people. Folks who've seen it say it'll trail behind your car for miles, sometimes blasting its horn. Then it'll just sit outside wherever you stop, idling for a few minutes before vanishing." I thanked him for the warning, paid for the gas, and used the bathroom. When I got back to the car, Ernesto was already behind the wheel, looking at his phone. "You ready?" he asked. "Yeah, let's go." The guy in there was trying to spook me with some ghost story about a phantom truck. Ernesto laughed. "My mom used to tell me about that when I was a kid. El Camion Negro, right? She grew up near here." I was surprised. "You know about it?" "Sure, it's famous around these parts. The ghost truck that follows travelers at night. My mom said her cousin saw it once in the 90s. I shook my head. "Well, the attendant just tried to convince us to stay the night. Probably works for the motel, too." We decided I would drive the next stretch while Ernesto rested. He needed to use the bathroom first, so I got in the driver's seat and waited. The gas station was eerily quiet now. The attendant had disappeared somewhere inside, and there were no other customers. Just the buzzing of the fluorescent lights overhead and the occasional distant sound of a semi's engine from the highway. That's when I noticed it. In my rearview mirror, a large black shape turned into the gas station. It was a semi-truck, all black with chrome details, just like the one in the story. It pulled up to the diesel pumps behind us, but kept its engine running. I waited for the driver to get out, but nobody did. The truck just sat there, idling. I felt a chill run down my spine, but told myself it was just a coincidence. Lots of black semis on the road, and truckers often keep their engines running during quick stops. Still, I couldn't stop glancing in the mirror. The truck's headlights were off, but I could make out the outline of the cabin. The windows were tinted so dark I couldn't see if anyone was inside. I texted Ernesto, "Hurry up, man." A minute later, he replied, "Taking a dump, give me 5. I kept staring at the semi in my mirror. 5 minutes felt like an hour. The truck hadn't moved, and still, no driver had emerged. I texted Ernesto again, "Seriously, dude, hurry the fuck up." Just as I sent the text, the semi's horn blared, a long, deep blast that made me jump in my seat. My heart was pounding now. I locked the doors and kept my eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. Finally, Ernesto came jogging out of the station. I barely waited for him to close the door before I started driving. "Whoa, what's the rush?" he asked, buckling his seatbelt. "That black semi behind us. It pulled in right after you went inside, and nobody got out. It just sat there." Ernesto turned to look. "The one from the story?" "I don't know, but I'm not sticking around to find out." I pulled out of the gas station faster than I should have, tires squealing slightly on the pavement. As we drove down the main street toward the highway, I kept checking the mirrors. At first, there was nothing, and I started to relax. "See, nothing to worry about," Ernesto said, yawning. "Just a regular truck." That's when I saw the headlights flick on in my rearview mirror. The semi was pulling out of the gas station. "It's following us," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Ernesto twisted in his seat to look. "Maybe it's just heading back to the highway too." "Maybe." But instead of taking the on-ramp when we did, the semi followed us onto the smaller road we mistakenly turned onto. My hands were getting sweaty on the steering wheel. There weren't many cars on the road at this hour, just us and the black semi behind us, keeping a consistent distance. This is freaking me out, I admitted. It's like that story the guy told me. Just drive normal, Ernesto said, though I could hear the tension in his voice. If it's just a regular driver, we don't want to provoke them by driving crazy. I tried to remain calm, but every time I checked the mirror, the semi was still there, not gaining on us, not falling behind, just following. We came to an intersection, and I decided to turn right, away from the highway, onto a smaller road that led into a residential area. The semi turned right, too. What the fuck? Ernesto whispered. I sped up a little, and the semi matched our pace. I slowed down, and it slowed down too, always maintaining the exact same distance. Try another turn, Ernesto suggested, his eyes fixed on the side mirror. I made a left at the next corner, into an even narrower street. The semi followed, its massive frame barely fitting between the parked cars on either side. This isn't right, Miguel, Ernesto said. No trucker would bring a rig down these streets unless they had a delivery. My heart was racing now. You think it's, the one from the story? I don't know what to think, but let's get back to the highway. I took another turn, hoping to loop back to the main road, but I wasn't familiar with the town and ended up on what looked like a dead end. I slowed down, preparing to turn around, when the semi's horn blasted again, loud enough to make both of us cover our ears. Go! 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 Ernesto shouted. I floored it, turning sharply into what I thought was an alley, but turned out to be someone's driveway. I backed up quickly, scraping the side of my car against a fence, and swerved back onto the street. The semi was blocking most of the road, its engine revving louder. In a panic, I made a sharp turn down another side street, going way too fast. We nearly hit a parked car, missing it by inches as I swerved at the last second. I kept driving, taking random turns, constantly checking the mirror. I think we lost it, Ernesto said after a few minutes of this. I slowed down and realized I had no idea where we were now, some quiet neighborhood with darkened houses. The only sound was our heavy breathing and the car's engine. Let's get back to the highway, I said. Find the Pimex sign and head towards it. We drove slowly through the residential streets until we spotted the gas station's lights in the distance. Approaching cautiously, I scanned the area for any sign of the black semi. See anything? I asked Ernesto. No, nothing. We made it back to the highway without seeing the truck again. For the next hour, I drove well above the speed limit, constantly checking the mirrors. Ernesto stayed awake with me, both of us too amped up to relax. Do you think that was really it? He finally asked. The ghost truck? I don't know what else it could have been, I admitted. Why would a normal trucker follow us through those neighborhoods? Maybe it was some local messing with out-of-towners. They heard the guy tell you the story and decided to scare us? I considered this. Maybe. But how would they have gotten a semi so quickly, and who would go through all that trouble just to frighten some random travelers? We drove in silence for a while, both lost in our thoughts. The thing is, I said eventually, I never saw a driver, not when it pulled up at the gas station, not when it was following us. The windows were too dark. Ernesto shivered visibly. Let's agree never to drive through Santa Rosa at night again. Agreed. We made it to our destination without further incident, but neither of us slept well for days afterward. I've looked up accidents in Santa Rosa since then and found records of a fatal crash between a semi and a pickup about 15 years ago, though the details were sparse. I still drive that route sometimes for work, but I always make sure I'm through Santa Rosa before sunset. Nothing could make me stop in that town after dark again. Sometimes when I'm driving at night and see a black semi in my rearview mirror, my heart skips a beat, and I find myself taking random exits just to make sure it's not following me. I don't know if what we experienced that night was the legendary phantom truck or just some twisted local playing a prank. But whatever it was real enough to convince me that some roads are better traveled in daylight. Story 10. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night in April 2003. I've never told many people about this because it sounds crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I was 16 at the time, and my cousin Jenna was staying with us in Maplewood for spring break. She's only 4 months younger than me, and we've always been super close despite living in different states. Our mums are sisters, and they wanted us to spend time together since we only saw each other a couple times a year. That Saturday night, my parents went out to some charity dinner thing at the country club, leaving Jenna and me alone in the house. We were excited to have the place to ourselves and decided to make it a horror movie night. My bedroom used to be my mom's old room when she was growing up, and I had this ancient TV with a built-in VCR that sat on my dresser. After raiding the kitchen for snacks, microwave nachos, sour cream, a bag of Doritos, and a 2-liter of Mountain Dew, we headed upstairs around 8:30. Jenna had never seen Evil Dead, and I'd found my mom's old VHS copy in a box in the basement a few months earlier. My mom and her friends were huge horror buffs in the 80s, and she'd kept all her old tapes. My bedroom was pretty basic. Light blue walls, a double bed with a dark blue comforter, some band posters, Blink-182, Green Day, the usual teenage stuff, and a small desk where I did homework. We set up our snack spread on the bed and popped in the tape. The tracking was pretty terrible, but we didn't care. About 25 minutes into the movie, right when things were starting to get creepy, something weird happened. The air in my room suddenly felt heavy. It's hard to explain, but it was like the pressure changed. I remember looking at Jenna to see if she noticed it too, and by the look on her face, she definitely did. Then it happened. The entire room started filling with what looked like fog or smoke. Not like wispy smoke from a cigarette, but this thick, grey-white cloud that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Within seconds, it was so dense that I could barely see the TV from my bed, and it was only about 8 feet away. The strangest part was the smell. It was unmistakably marijuana. I'd smelled it before at concerts and stuff, so I recognized it immediately. But there was no way anyone was smoking in our house. My parents would have killed me, and neither Jenna nor I smoked anything. "What the actual hell?" Jenna whispered, grabbing my arm. Her fingers dug into my skin and I could feel her trembling. I remember feeling weirdly calm, despite how bizarre it was. "I don't know," I whispered back. "Did you bring something? Are you messing with me?" She shook her head frantically. "No way. I thought you did something." We both just sat there, frozen on my bed, as this thick fog swirled around us. The TV was still playing the movie, but the sound seemed muffled, like it was coming from far away. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably. I remember getting goosebumps all over my arms. The fog was so thick that I couldn't even see my bedroom door, which was maybe 10 feet from my bed. It felt like we were suspended in this weird cloud, disconnected from the rest of the house, from reality itself. I remember thinking we should get up and open a window or something, but I couldn't make myself move. It wasn't fear, exactly. More like this strange feeling that we needed to stay put, that something was happening that we shouldn't interrupt. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, the fog began to dissipate. Within about 30 seconds, it was completely gone. No trace of it anywhere. The smell of marijuana lingered for maybe another minute, and then that was gone too. The movie was still playing, the room temperature returned to normal, and everything was exactly as it had been before. Jenna and I just stared at each other, wide-eyed and freaked out. "Did that just happen?" she asked. "Yeah," I nodded. "That was real, right?" We spent the next hour checking every possible explanation. We looked for smoke machines, as if, checked all the vents, windows, everything. We even went outside to see if someone was smoking nearby, but our house was pretty isolated with the nearest neighbors a good distance away. There was absolutely no explanation for what we'd experienced. Eventually, we convinced ourselves it must have been some weird fluke. Maybe a neighbor was smoking and it somehow came through the vents in a strange way. Or maybe the old VCR had overheated and created some kind of electrical smoke, though that wouldn't explain the smell. We finished watching the movie, though neither of us were really paying attention anymore, too busy trying to make sense of what had happened. My parents got home around 11:30 and we didn't mention anything. What would we even say? Hey, a mysterious marijuana-scented fog appeared in my room for no reason. They'd think we were the ones smoking. We went to bed still feeling weirded out, but honestly, I was so tired I fell asleep pretty quickly. The next morning is when things got even stranger. We were eating breakfast, just cereal and orange juice, when my mom got a phone call. I was half listening as I scrolled through my phone, but I noticed her voice change. It got really quiet, and then she gasped. When I looked up, she was crying. After she hung up, she sat down at the table and took a deep breath. "Todd died last night," she said, her voice breaking a little. "Todd was my mum's childhood friend. They grew up together. He lived just down the street, and they were part of the same friend group all through high school. He was always around when I was little, like an uncle, but I hadn't seen him much in recent years after he moved to Colorado for work. Mum had mentioned a few months back that he was sick, cancer, but she hadn't said it was that serious." "What time?" I asked, not even sure why that was my first question. "Around 9:15 last night," my mum said, wiping her eyes. "His sister was with him. She said it was peaceful." Jenna and I locked eyes across the table. 9:15. That was exactly when the fog had appeared in my room. My mum didn't notice our reaction. She was lost in her own memories, telling Jenna about Todd, how he was the funniest guy, always pulling pranks, how he introduced her to horror movies when they were teenagers. "We used to watch those terrible movies in my bedroom. Your bedroom now, Eliza," she said with a sad smile. "Me, Todd, and a couple of other friends. We'd sneak beers or whatever we could get our hands on, pile onto my bed, and watch VHS tapes we rented from Blockbuster." A chill ran down my spine. "What movies?" I asked. "Oh, all the classics. Todd loved Evil Dead. That was his absolute favorite. We must have watched it 20 times in that room." I felt like I couldn't breathe. Jenna's face had gone completely white. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "did Todd smoke, like marijuana?" My mom looked surprised by the question, then let out a small laugh. "Oh God, yes. Todd was the biggest pothead in Maplewood High. Always reeked of it. Even after we all grew up, he was still smoking right up until he got sick." She tilted her head. "Why do you ask?" I mumbled something about just wondering, and quickly changed the subject. There was no way I was telling her what had happened. Not yet, anyway. As soon as we could, Jenna and I went up to my room and closed the door. "Holy shit," she whispered. "Todd, your mom's friend, at the exact same time. In the same room," I added, getting goosebumps again. "Watching the same movie. Do you think—" She trailed off, but I knew what she was asking. "That Todd's ghost or spirit or whatever visited last night to say goodbye?" I finished for her. "I don't know. I've never believed in that stuff." But as I said it, I realized I did believe it. Something had happened in that room that couldn't be explained any other way. Todd had died at the exact moment we experienced that strange phenomenon while watching his favorite movie, in the room where he'd watched it countless times as a teenager with my mom. We spent the rest of the day talking in circles about it, trying to convince ourselves there might be some rational explanation. But deep down, we knew. Todd had come to say goodbye. Later that afternoon, when Jenna was in the shower, I worked up the courage to talk to my mom. I found her in the kitchen, making a casserole to take to Todd's sister. "Mom," I said hesitantly, This might sound crazy, but last night something weird happened in my room. She looked up from the cutting board, curious. I told her everything. The fog, the smell, the timing. How we were watching Evil Dead, the movie Todd loved. As I spoke, her knife stopped moving, and she just stared at me. When I finished, I expected her to laugh or tell me I was being ridiculous. Instead, tears filled her eyes. "What time exactly?" she asked softly. "Around 9:15, maybe 9:20. My mom put down her knife and leaned against the counter. "That's when he passed," she said. "Sarah texted me the exact time." We stood in silence for a moment, both processing what this meant. "You know what's even weirder?" my mom finally said. "In my last conversation with Todd about 2 weeks ago, he was talking about those old movie nights in my bedroom. He specifically mentioned watching Evil Dead and how those were some of the best times of his life." I felt another chill run through me. "Do you think he was visiting, saying goodbye?" My mom wiped a tear from her cheek. "I don't know, honey. I've never been one for believing in ghosts or spirits. But," she paused, looking thoughtful, "if anyone would find a way to make such a dramatic exit, it would be Todd." That night, after Jenna had fallen asleep in the trundle bed next to mine, I lay awake staring at the ceiling. I kept replaying the events in my mind, the fog appearing out of nowhere, the unmistakable smell, the strange calm I'd felt despite how objectively terrifying it should have been. I'd never experienced anything paranormal before, and haven't since. But I know what happened that night was real. There's no logical explanation for it. Todd had somehow found a way to revisit a place that held happy memories for him, to be present one last time doing what he loved, watching a silly horror movie with friends, before he moved on. That was 20 years ago now. I'm 36, married with kids of my own, living in another state. But I think about that night often, especially when I visit my parents and pass by my old bedroom. I've never experienced anything like it again, and honestly, I'm okay with that. Once was enough to completely change how I think about life, death, and what might come after. Sometimes I wonder if Todd knew we were there, if he chose that moment because we were watching his favorite movie, or if it was just a coincidence. I wonder if he was conscious of visiting, or if it was just some energy or essence that was drawn back to a place of happiness in his final moments. I don't have answers to any of these questions. All I know is what happened. An unexplainable fog, thick with the smell of marijuana, appeared in my bedroom at the exact moment a man I knew died miles away. A man who loved that room, that movie, and definitely loved his weed. I've never told many people this story. It sounds crazy, I know, but Jenna was there too, and she saw exactly what I saw. Sometimes when we get together, we still talk about it in hushed voices, still trying to make sense of it all these years later. I guess some things just don't have logical explanations, and maybe that's okay. Maybe some mysteries are meant to stay that way. Story 11. I've been trying to make sense of what happened for almost a month now, and I honestly don't know if I ever will. I'm 16, and up until last month, I thought I understood how the world worked. Now I'm not so sure. It was a normal Tuesday afternoon in Willowbrook, where we've lived pretty much my whole life. Nothing special about the day, no weird weather, no strange feelings, nothing that would make you think something bizarre was about to happen. I was just chilling in the living room, scrolling through TikTok with the blinds partially open. Our house faces the street, and I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on outside. Just normal background stuff, you know, but then something caught my eye through the living room window. A grey work van was driving past our house, going pretty slow. Nothing weird about that on its own. People drive by all the time. But the reason I looked up was because I recognized the van. It was my dad's work van, the one he sometimes brings home when he needs to transport something big. And there he was, my dad, sitting in the driver's seat. I could see him clearly through the window of the van. He was wearing this blue quarter-zip pullover that he has, kind of old, but he likes it because it's comfortable. But something seemed off. I couldn't place it at first. He just looked different, younger somehow. His face wasn't as tired as it usually is. His hair seemed fuller, less grey around the temples. I called out to my mom, who was in the kitchen washing dishes. "Mom, Dad just drove by in his work van." She called back, sounding confused. "What?" "No, he took my car today." I should probably explain. My mum's blue Hyundai had been having battery issues. It would discharge if left sitting for too long, so my dad borrowed it that morning to drive to work, thinking the longer commute might help charge it up properly. He'd mentioned it at breakfast. That's how I knew he'd taken her car. So why was he driving his work van past our house at 3:47 p.m. when he should have been at work until 5? My mom dried her hands and came into the living room. "Are you sure it was him?" she asked. "Yeah, definitely," I said. "He was wearing that blue quarter-zip thing. The old one." She looked unconvinced but curious and went to the front window to look outside. I joined her, and we stood there watching the street. About 2 minutes later, another grey van, identical to the first one, drove by at the same slow pace. "That's what I just saw!" I practically shouted, pointing at it. "That's the exact same van!" My mum frowned. "That does look like your dad's work van," she admitted. We both stood there trying to figure out what was happening. The van had continued down our street toward the cul-de-sac at the end. In our neighborhood, all the streets eventually loop back or end in cul-de-sacs, so we figured maybe my dad had parked somewhere and was walking back to surprise us or something. It didn't make a ton of sense, but it was the only explanation we could come up with. "Let's wait a few minutes," my mum suggested. "If it's your dad, he'll be coming in soon." So we waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10. No sign of my dad. My mum tried calling his cell, but it went straight to voicemail. Not unusual during his workday. He often had to leave his phone in his locker during shifts. "Maybe I was seeing things," I said, though I didn't believe that for a second. I know what I saw. Just as we were about to give up waiting, we heard a car pull into our driveway. We both hurried to the window, and there was my mum's blue Hyundai. My dad got out, looking totally normal, except he wasn't wearing a blue quarter-zip. He had on a buff-colored hoodie, the one he got last Christmas. When he came in, my mum immediately asked, "Did you just drive by the house in your work van?" My dad looked at her like she was speaking another language. "What? No, I've been at work all day with your car. Why would I drive by?" "Nathan saw you," she said, gesturing to me. "In your work van, about 15 minutes ago." My dad shook his head. "That's impossible. I haven't been in a work van in weeks." "But I saw you," I insisted. "You were wearing your blue quarter-zip, and you drove by in the grey van. Then another identical van drove by right after." My dad sat down, looking genuinely confused. "I don't have the van today, and I'm wearing this." He gestured to his buff hoodie. "I haven't worn the blue quarter-zip in, I don't know, months probably." My mom and I exchanged glances. This wasn't adding up. "Maybe it was someone who looks like Dad," I suggested, not really believing it. "In the exact same type of van that Dad drives sometimes," my mom countered. My dad frowned. "Let's go check the cul-de-sac. If there's a van parked there, maybe we can figure this out." So the three of us walked down to the end of our street. It's not far, maybe a 3-minute walk. The cul-de-sac was empty, except for the usual cars belonging to our neighbors. No grey work van in sight. "This is weird," my dad said, running a hand through his hair. "Really weird." We walked around the entire cul-de-sac and even checked the connecting streets. Nothing. No sign of any van like my dad's work vehicle. When we got back home, we sat in the kitchen trying to make sense of what happened. My dad explained that he rarely even gets to use the work vans, maybe 5 to 10 times in the entire decade he's worked for his company. They're strictly for specific jobs and have to be signed out well in advance. And I definitely didn't sign one out today, he insisted. I've been driving your car all day, Olivia. What makes this even weirder is that my dad looked younger in the van. Not dramatically younger, not like he was suddenly 20 years old or something, but noticeably less worn down. His face seemed smoother, less lined. His hair had less grey. It was subtle but definite. I kept trying to find logical explanations. Maybe it was someone who looked similar. Maybe it was a different kind of van. Maybe I was just tired and seeing things. But none of those explanations felt right. I know what I saw. I saw my dad in his work van, wearing clothing he wasn't wearing that day, looking somewhat younger than he should. As the evening went on, we kind of let it drop. What else could we do? We had no answers, just questions that seemed impossible to solve. My parents eventually chalked it up to a weird coincidence, maybe someone who looked like my dad, driving a similar vehicle. But I couldn't let it go. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment in my head, seeing my dad drive by in that van. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or time travel or anything like that. I'm pretty practical, actually. But this experience shook me. The next day at school, I tried to explain it to my friend Alex, but even as I was saying it out loud, I could hear how crazy it sounded. So, I saw my dad drive by our house, except it wasn't really my dad because he was at work, and he looked younger and was wearing different clothes. Alex just gave me this look, like I was making it up or exaggerating. I don't blame him. I'd probably react the same way. Over the next few days, I found myself watching out the window more often, half expecting to see that grey van again. I even started taking pictures of random vans that drove by, comparing them to photos I found of my dad's company vans online. None matched exactly. About a week after it happened, my dad came home with some interesting information. He'd casually asked his boss about the work van scheduling, trying not to seem too weird about it. Turns out, none of the company vans had been signed out to anyone in our area that day. They were all accounted for at job sites across town or in the company lot. That's when things got even stranger. My dad's boss mentioned they were phasing out the current grey vans for newer models. In about 6 months, they'd be replacing them with identical-looking vans, just newer versions. And guess what color the interior upholstery would be? Blue. The exact shade of my dad's quarter-zip pullover. When my dad told us this, my mum and I just stared at each other. How could I have known that? I hadn't even seen inside the van when it drove by. I just saw my dad wearing blue. Then my dad dropped another bombshell. His company was planning to issue new uniforms in the coming months. Standardized clothing for all employees, including, you guessed it, blue quarter-zip pullovers with the company logo. My dad hadn't been told about this yet. His boss had only mentioned it in passing during their conversation. It wasn't public knowledge. There's no way I could have known. So what exactly did I see that day? Was it my dad from the future, somehow driving past our house in a van he hasn't even been assigned yet, wearing a uniform he doesn't own yet? It's been almost a month now, and I still don't have answers. My parents have mostly moved on, treating it like one of those unexplainable things that sometimes happen in life. But I can't stop thinking about it. Every time I hear a van outside, I rush to the window. Every time my dad mentions work, I find myself asking about the new vans, the new uniforms. He probably thinks I'm obsessed, and maybe I am. But how do you just move on from something like this? The thing that scares me the most isn't the possibility that I saw something impossible. It's the possibility that what I saw was real, that somehow time isn't as linear as we think it is, that sometimes things leak through from one point to another. I've started researching temporal anomalies, glitches in reality, all that stuff. Most of it seems like complete nonsense, people making up stories for attention. But then I remember what I saw, and I wonder if maybe some of those stories are true. Maybe other people have experienced what I did. Last week, I was helping my dad clean out the garage when I found a box of his old clothes. Buried at the bottom was the blue quarter-zip I'd seen him wearing in the van. It looked worn and faded, definitely older than I remembered. "I thought you said you hadn't worn this in months," I said, holding it up. My dad looked confused. "I haven't worn that in years, Nathan. It doesn't even fit me anymore." He took it from me and tried it on. It was way too small, tight across his shoulders and chest. There's no way he could have been wearing it the day I saw him in the van. "I was going to donate it," he explained, taking it off. "It's been sitting in this box for at least 3 years. So now I'm even more confused. I saw my dad wearing a pullover that doesn't fit him anymore, looking younger than he does now. Driving a van he didn't have access to that day, and somehow connected to future vans and uniforms his company hasn't even distributed yet. Was it a glimpse of the past, the future, some alternate version of reality where things are slightly different? I don't know if I'll ever get answers. Part of me hopes to see that van again, to somehow confirm what I experienced. Another part of me is terrified of what that might mean about reality as I understand it. All I know for sure is what I saw that day in Willowbrook. My dad, but not quite my dad, driving a van that both was and wasn't his, wearing clothes he no longer wears. And no explanation that makes any sense. I'm still watching the street every day, waiting for what, I'm not entirely sure. Turbidukis. Story 12. I never thought I'd be sharing this. I'm not the type to post personal stuff online, but I need to tell someone who might understand, because what happened to me 3 days ago has completely shaken my understanding of, well, everything. For context, I'm 47, and I've been dealing with a progressive genetic condition I inherited from my dad. He died from complications related to it when I was just a little kid, 5 or 6. I can barely remember him now, except through old photos and the stories my mom used to tell. But the disease that I know intimately, the doctors told me back when I was diagnosed that I might make it to 40 if I was lucky. I've beaten those odds, but just barely, with 3 near-death experiences in the past 2 years alone. Last time, my sister Karen was told to prepare herself, because they didn't think I'd make it through the night. Somehow, I did. My mum passed away 8 months ago from bone cancer. It was awful watching her deteriorate so quickly. She went from being this vibrant, fiercely independent woman to bedridden in what felt like the blink of an eye. By the end, the cancer had spread everywhere, and the morphine barely touched her pain. When she finally went, there was this horrible mix of grief and relief that I still feel guilty about. Dad was cremated after he died, over 40 years ago now. Mum always said he wanted his ashes scattered in the marshes outside Marshfield where he used to fish. I have this vague childhood memory of standing with Mom and Karen while she released his ashes into the water on this grey, misty morning. But Mom wanted to be buried properly in the town cemetery, with a headstone and everything. She joked that she wanted somewhere her kids could come yell at her if we needed to. This past Monday, the weather was absolute garbage. It had been raining steadily all day, that cold autumn rain that somehow feels like it's personally trying to make you miserable. Around 3 p.m., there was finally a break in the downpour, so I decided to take the chance to visit Mom's grave. I'd bought some chrysanthemums the day before. They were her favorite, and they were already starting to wilt in my kitchen. I grabbed my cane, I need it on most days now due to the muscle weakness in my left side, and drove the 10 minutes to the cemetery. The sky was this weird, washed-out grey color, not quite threatening more rain, but definitely not finished with the day's gloom either. The cemetery was completely empty when I arrived, which wasn't surprising given the weather and the fact it was a Monday afternoon. The grass was soaked, and I could feel the dampness seeping through my shoes as I made my slow way to Mom's plot in the newer section of the cemetery. It's about 100 yards from the parking area, not far for a normal person, but on my bad days, It might as well be a marathon. Monday wasn't one of my worst days physically, but it wasn't great either. Mom's headstone is simple, just her name, dates, and beloved mother and friend carved into grey granite. Nothing fancy, just like she wanted. I placed the flowers in the little built-in vase and then just stood there for a while, leaning heavily on my cane. I hadn't planned what to say, I never do, but somehow standing there, I felt this overwhelming urge to talk to her, so I did. I started telling her about my latest doctor's appointment, how my medication wasn't working as well as it used to, how tired I was of fighting this disease that was slowly stealing pieces of me. I told her how scared I was of leaving Karen alone to deal with everything. She's 5 years younger than me, never married, and has basically put her life on hold to help take care of me these past few years. The guilt of that eats at me daily. I'm not ashamed to admit I started crying, not just a few dignified tears, but full-on sobbing like a child. My legs were getting shaky, one of my symptoms when I get too emotional, so I made my way back toward my car, thinking I'd sit inside for a bit before driving home. I was about halfway to the car when it happened. I heard my dad's voice, clear as day, as if he was standing right next to me. "You're fine, son. It wasn't your time to join us." I froze. The voice was so distinct, deep and a little gravelly, with that slight Massachusetts accent. I hadn't heard it in over 4 decades, except in the handful of old home videos we have. But I recognized it instantly. I whipped around, nearly losing my balance. But of course no one was there. Then my mother's voice, just as clear. "Don't worry, I was still protecting you." Her voice was exactly how I remembered it from before the cancer changed it. Warm and steady, with that particular way she had of emphasizing certain words. I want to be absolutely clear. These weren't vague whispers or sounds that could have been the wind. These were distinct, unmistakable voices that seemed to come from right beside me. I could almost feel the warmth of someone standing near, but the cemetery remained completely empty. I stood there, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The rain had started again, just a light drizzle, but I didn't move. I couldn't. My legs had locked up, partly from shock and partly from my condition. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding ridiculously small in the open space. Nothing, just the soft patter of raindrops hitting the headstones and the distant sound of traffic beyond the cemetery walls. I'm not a religious person. I was raised Methodist because that's what my parents were, but I stopped going to church in my 20s. I've never been one for spiritual experiences or believing in the afterlife. I've always thought when you're gone, you're just gone. End of story. But in that moment, standing in that rain-soaked cemetery, I felt something. A presence. A comfort that made no logical sense. The fear that should have accompanied hearing disembodied voices didn't come. Instead, I felt this profound sense of peace wash over me. The kind of peace I hadn't felt since before my diagnosis. I made it back to my car somehow, soaking wet and shivering, but not from cold. I sat there for nearly an hour, trying to process what had just happened. Had I hallucinated? Was it some weird symptom of my medication? My disease does occasionally affect cognitive function, but I've never experienced anything like that before. The rational part of my brain has been working overtime since then, trying to explain it away. Maybe I dozed off standing up, though I've never done that. Maybe it was some strange acoustical phenomenon that carried someone else's conversation to me, though there was no one else around. Maybe my grief and fear created some kind of auditory illusion, though both voices were so distinctly them, not approximations my mind would create. But there's another part of me, a part I didn't even know existed until Monday, that believes something else entirely. That believes my parents somehow, from wherever they are now, reached out to me when I needed them most. That they're still watching over me, still protecting me, despite everything. I've never told anyone this until now. Karen would worry about my mental state, and my doctors would probably adjust my meds, but I know what I heard. I know what I felt. The strangest part is how it's affected me since. That constant gnawing fear that's been my companion for years. The fear of dying, of suffering, of leaving my sister alone. It hasn't disappeared, but it's dulled. Like someone turned down the volume on it. I've been sleeping better these past 3 nights than I have in months. I don't know what to make of all this. I don't know if I had some kind of breakdown in that cemetery or if something truly inexplicable happened. I just know that for the first time since my diagnosis worsened, I don't feel completely alone in this fight. I went back to the cemetery yesterday, half hoping, half dreading that it might happen again. It didn't. Just silence and the wind rustling through the trees. But somehow, that silence didn't feel empty anymore. I still have the same disease. My prognosis hasn't changed. I'll still probably die sooner rather than later. But now, there's this weird comfort in knowing that maybe, just maybe, when that time comes, there might be familiar voices waiting to guide me through whatever comes next. Or maybe I just finally cracked under the pressure. I guess I'll never really know until the end. The flowers were still there, by the way, somehow looking fresher than when I'd brought them. Story 13. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me wanted to just forget it ever happened, but I can't sleep properly anymore. And writing this down might help me process it. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I live in Shadowvale, a small town tucked away in the mountains. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where the nearest Walmart is a 45-minute drive, and where the internet connection drops every time it rains heavily. I've lived here all my life, and until 6 months ago, I'd have told you the most frightening thing about this town was old man Peterson's temper when kids cut through his yard. I was wrong. So wrong. It started on a Thursday evening in January. The winter had been brutal, with temperatures dropping to single digits and snow piling up against my front door almost daily. I work from home as a freelance graphic designer, which means I can sometimes go days without leaving the house, especially during winter. That particular day, I'd been cooped up for nearly a week straight, working on a deadline for a client. Around 7 p.m., I decided I needed fresh air before I went stir-crazy. The snow had stopped falling earlier that afternoon, and the sky had cleared, revealing a blanket of stars. I bundled up in my warmest coat, pulled on my boots, and headed out for a walk through town. Shadowvale is beautiful at night, especially after a fresh snowfall. The streetlights cast an amber glow over the untouched snow, and the silence is almost absolute. My breath came out in visible puffs as I trudged down Main Street, past the darkened storefronts and the old library. There weren't many people out. Just a couple heading into the diner and someone walking their dog in the distance. I walked for about 20 minutes before turning down Pine Road, which leads to the old cemetery. I know it sounds morbid, but I've always found cemeteries peaceful. This one dates back to the 1800s, with weathered headstones and a wrought iron fence that's rusted in places. During the day, it's a spot where locals sometimes have picnics, or where teenagers hang out after school. At night, though, it's completely deserted. I wasn't planning to go inside. I just wanted to walk past it on my way to circle back home. But as I approached the cemetery gates, I felt, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like the air had suddenly become thicker, heavier. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, and the back of my neck prickled as if someone was watching me. I stopped walking and looked around. The street was empty. The only sound was the distant bark of a dog somewhere in town. I shook my head, telling myself I was just being paranoid from being inside too long, and continued walking. That's when I saw it for the first time. Just inside the cemetery gates, standing motionless between 2 large oak trees, was a tall figure. At first I thought it was just a shadow cast by one of the trees, But as I squinted through the darkness, I realized it was too solid, too defined to be just a shadow. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and completely black, like it was cut from the night itself. And it was wearing what looked like a wide-brimmed hat. I froze in place, my heart hammering against my ribs. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, facing my direction. I couldn't see any features, no face, no clothing details, nothing except that distinctive hat silhouette against the night sky. A car drove past behind me, its headlights briefly illuminating the cemetery, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. I practically ran home after that, convincing myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. I'd been working too hard, sleeping too little. Maybe it was just a cemetery caretaker I hadn't noticed before, or maybe it was nothing at all. When I got home, I made myself some hot chocolate, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. I sat down at my computer, intending to finish some work, but instead found myself typing "shadow figure wide-brimmed hat" into Google. What I found made my blood run cold. Hundreds, no, thousands of accounts from people all over the world describing the exact same thing I'd seen. They called it the Hat Man, a tall, shadow-like figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat or sometimes a fedora. People from completely different cultures, different countries, people who had never heard of this phenomenon before their own encounters, all describing the same entity. I stayed up until 3 a.m. reading these accounts. Some people claimed to have seen the Hat Man standing at the foot of their bed during sleep paralysis. Others saw him in hallways, doorways, or outside their homes. Almost everyone described the same overwhelming sense of dread and malevolence in its presence. I finally fell asleep at my desk, my mind racing with what I'd read. When I woke up the next morning, stiff-necked and groggy, I tried to convince myself I was being ridiculous. I'd seen a shadow, or maybe a person, and my mind had filled in the blanks with what I'd later read online. That had to be it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Over the next few days, I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, checking the dark corners of my house before turning off the lights, keeping my curtains drawn at night. I also kept researching. I've always been the kind of person who deals with fear by trying to understand it. I dug deeper into folklore and myths from different cultures, looking for any mention of similar entities. That's when I found references to the Scottish Brawlecan, described as a formless shapeshifter with red eyes that was said to possess its victims. And in Middle Eastern folklore, certain jinn were described as beings made of smoke and fire that could possess humans and animals. The similarities were striking, different names, different cultures, but the same fundamental description: a dark entity that brought fear and could somehow enter or control people. I told myself I was going down a rabbit hole, making connections that weren't there. After all, I'd only seen a strange shadow in a cemetery at night. Nothing had happened to me. I was fine. Then came Tuesday. I'd spent the day working on a new project, barely leaving my desk except to grab coffee or use the bathroom. By evening, my eyes were burning from staring at the screen, and my lower back was aching. I decided to take a hot shower to relax before making dinner. As I stood under the steaming water, I felt that same sensation I'd experienced near the cemetery, like the air had suddenly become dense and heavy. The bathroom mirror had completely fogged up, and despite the hot water, I felt a chill run through me. When I stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around myself, I noticed something strange. The foggy mirror had a clear spot in the center, as if someone had wiped it with their hand, but I hadn't touched it. I stared at the clear spot, my skin prickling with goosebumps despite the steam filling the room. As I watched, more of the fog seemed to clear away, not evenly like it was simply dissipating, but in strange, deliberate patterns. I backed away, my heart pounding. That's when the bathroom light flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. In the pitch darkness, I fumbled for the doorknob, panic rising in my throat. Just as my hand found it, I saw it in the mirror, a darker patch in the darkness, a silhouette with that unmistakable wide-brimmed hat. I yanked the door open and stumbled into the hallway, not caring that I was dripping water everywhere or that my towel was slipping. I reached for the hallway light switch with shaking fingers and flipped it on. The light revealed an empty hallway. Nothing was there. I turned back toward the bathroom, half expecting to see the figure, but there was nothing. Just my foggy mirror and wet footprints on the tile floor. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, fueled by all the stories I'd been reading. I got dressed, made dinner, and tried to focus on a movie to distract myself. Around midnight, I finally went to bed, exhausted but still uneasy. I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. I know because I checked my phone the moment I opened my eyes, startled awake by something. I lay still, listening. My house is old and makes all kinds of noises, especially in winter when the wood contracts in the cold. But this wasn't the usual settling sounds or the hum of the heater. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps moving down the hallway toward my bedroom. I live alone. There shouldn't have been anyone else in the house. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I could see the shadow of feet in the gap between the floor and the bottom of my door, blocking the faint nightlight from the hallway. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even reach for my phone to call for help. It was like my body was frozen in place while my mind screamed at me to do something, anything. The doorknob turned slowly. The door creaked open just an inch, then two. In the sliver of space, I could see nothing but darkness, a darkness deeper than the night surrounding it. The door swung open fully, and there it stood, the Hat Man, exactly as I'd seen it in the cemetery, but now in my home, in my sanctuary. A silhouette cut from the darkest shadow, featureless except for the wide-brimmed hat. It was so tall, its head nearly touched the top of my doorframe. But this time I could see something else. Two small, glowing red eyes, like embers in the darkness. It stood there watching me for what felt like hours, but must have been only seconds. Then it began to move toward me, gliding rather than walking, leaving the doorway and entering my room. I still couldn't move. It was like sleep paralysis, but I knew I was awake. This was real. This was happening. The Hat Man stopped at the foot of my bed. The red eyes grew brighter, and I felt an overwhelming sense of evil, of wrongness emanating from it. The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath coming in short, terrified gasps. And then it spoke. Not with words, not out loud, but somehow directly into my mind. A voice like gravel being crushed, like static between radio stations. "I've been waiting for you, Marcus." It knew my name. How did it know my name? Before I could process that thought, the Hat Man moved again, but this time it didn't glide toward me. It seemed to blur, to lose its solid form, becoming smoke-like and fluid. And then it lunged, not at me, into me. I felt it enter my body like ice water being injected directly into my veins. My back arched off the bed as pain shot through every nerve ending. My vision went red, then black, then filled with strange, fragmented images that weren't my memories. Stone circles, ancient forests, people in old-fashioned clothes screaming as their bodies contorted unnaturally. I could feel it inside me, moving through me, exploring every part of my body like it was trying on a new suit. I couldn't control my limbs. I felt my mouth stretch into a grin that wasn't mine, felt my hands clench and unclench, and the voice in my head grew louder, no longer just one voice, but many, speaking in languages I didn't understand, overlapping and arguing and laughing. I don't know how long it lasted, minutes, hours. Time seemed meaningless. I was trapped in my own body, a passenger while something else was at the wheel. Eventually, I must have lost consciousness. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through my window. I was lying on the floor beside my bed. my sheets tangled around me, soaked in sweat. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare, just a terrifying dream brought on by my research into shadow people and possession. Then I saw my arms. From wrist to shoulder, both arms were covered in strange symbols, not drawn or tattooed, but raised on my skin like scarification. Symbols I'd never seen before, in no language I recognized. They weren't bleeding, weren't even red like fresh cuts. They looked like old scars, white and fully healed, as if they'd been there for years. But they hadn't been there when I went to bed. I ran to the bathroom and examined myself in the mirror. My face looked the same, but somehow different. My eyes seemed darker, and there was an expression I didn't recognize, like someone else was looking back at me through my own eyes. That was 6 months ago. The symbols on my arms faded within days, disappearing completely by the end of the week, but everything else remained. The feeling of being watched, the cold spots in my house, the strange gaps in my memory where I lose hours at a time and find myself in places I don't remember going to. Sometimes I catch glimpses of that hat-wearing silhouette in reflective surfaces, windows, mirrors, even the black screen of my phone before it lights up. Just for a split second, standing behind me, watching, waiting. I've tried to find answers. I've researched more historical accounts, looking for anyone who experienced what I did. I found similar stories scattered throughout history, from ancient Mesopotamian clay tablets describing shadow men who wear the hats of travelers to Victorian-era journals mentioning encounters with the gentleman of shadows. The details change slightly from culture to culture, era to era, but the entity remains consistent. A shadow figure, a hat, red eyes, and a sense of ancient evil. I don't know what it wants from me or why it chose me. I don't know if it's still inside me somehow, dormant, or if it's following me, waiting for another opportunity. All I know is that I'm changed. There's a darkness in me now that wasn't there before, a cold spot in my soul that never warms. I'm writing this as a warning, I guess. If you ever see a tall shadow figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat, don't research it. Don't try to understand it, just run, because once it notices you, once it knows you've seen it, it won't stop until it has you. And the worst part? I think it's spreading. 3 days ago, my neighbor mentioned seeing a strange man standing in her yard at night. Just a shadow, really, she said, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned hat. I didn't tell her what I knew. What could I say that wouldn't sound insane? But I saw the fear in her eyes, the same fear I've been living with. And I know it's only a matter of time before she experiences what I did. Whatever this entity is, this hat man, this shadow person, this ancient evil with many names, it's patient. It's been haunting humanity for thousands of years, and it will continue long after we're gone. I don't know if I'll ever be free of it. Sometimes, late at night, I feel it stirring inside me, like it never fully left. And sometimes in my dreams, I'm the one wearing the hat, looking through those glowing red eyes, searching for someone new to possess. Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I'm 34 now, but what happened when I was 6 still haunts me in ways I can't explain. I grew up in Pinewood, a tiny farming community where everybody knew everybody. Our house sat on 5 acres of land, surrounded by cornfields and a small wooded area to the north. It was the kind of place where you could go days without hearing a car pass by. At night, it was just crickets, occasional owl hoots, and sometimes coyotes in the distance. My bedroom was at the end of our single-story farmhouse. It had these faded yellow wallpaper with little pink flowers that I used to count when I couldn't sleep. My bed was an old wooden frame that my grandfather had made, with about 8 inches of space between the floor and the bottom of the box spring, just enough room for monsters to hide, according to my childhood logic. I remember that night so clearly, even 28 years later. It was early October. Not quite cold enough for the heat to be on, but chilly enough that Mom had added an extra quilt to my bed. Dad had tucked me in like normal. He'd sat on the edge of my bed, asked about my day at school, and ruffled my hair like he always did. Mom came in after, kissed my forehead, and they both left, pulling the door almost closed, but leaving that familiar crack of hallway light. I wasn't particularly scared of the dark as a kid. Living out in the countryside, you get used to it. But that night felt different somehow. I remember lying there listening to my parents' muffled voices in the living room and the sound of the TV. I was just starting to get drowsy when I heard it. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was slow and deliberate, long, dragging scratches against the wooden floor coming from under my bed. My whole body went cold instantly. I couldn't move. It wasn't like the scurrying of mice or the random house creaks I'd gotten used to. This was purposeful, methodical. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound was deep, like something with long, sharp nails was dragging them across the floorboards. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my voice wouldn't work. I could only lie there, rigid with fear, my eyes fixed on the ceiling. Just as I finally gathered the courage to yell for my dad, the scratching stopped. There was a moment of complete silence that felt even worse than the noise. Then I felt movement under the bed. The mattress shifted slightly, and I heard what sounded like fabric brushing against the floor. I was frozen in place as something began to crawl out from under my bed on the side closest to the door. In the dim light from the hallway, I saw a figure emerge and slowly stand up. It was my dad, or at least it looked like my dad. He stood there at the foot of my bed, partially illuminated by the thin line of light from the hallway. He was wearing the same flannel shirt and jeans he'd had on earlier, but something was off. His posture wasn't quite right. He stood too still, too rigid. "You forgot to say your prayers," he said. His voice was flat, not quite the warm, slightly gruff voice I knew. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I just stared at him as he turned and walked out of my room without another word. He didn't close the door any further or pull it open wider. He just left. I lay there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Eventually, exhaustion must have taken over because I fell asleep. The next morning, I went to the kitchen where Mom was making pancakes and Dad was reading the newspaper. Everything seemed completely normal. They both smiled at me, asked if I slept well. I hesitated, then asked Dad why he had been under my bed last night. He looked at me with genuine confusion. "What are you talking about, Emma? I wasn't in your room after we tucked you in." "Yes, you were. You came out from under my bed and told me I forgot my prayers." Dad exchanged a look with Mom, the kind parents give each other when their kid says something bizarre. "Honey, I was watching TV with your mother until we went to bed. I didn't go into your room." "But I saw you," I insisted. "You were wearing your red flannel shirt." Dad showed me his hands, rough and calloused from farm work. "And how would I fit under your bed? I'm too big." I didn't know what to say to that. He was right. My dad was a big man, over 6 feet tall with broad shoulders. The space under my bed was small, but I knew what I'd seen and heard. Mom came over and felt my forehead. "You must have had a bad dream, sweetie. Sometimes dreams can seem very real." I didn't bring it up again that day, but the memory stayed with me, vivid and unsettling. It wasn't like a dream at all. Dreams fade and blur around the edges, but this was sharp and clear in my mind. A few weeks later, I got up the courage to ask my dad about it again. We were sitting on the porch swing, watching the sunset over the cornfields. "Dad, do you remember when I said you came out from under my bed?" He sighed. "Emma, I told you, that was just a dream." But it felt so real, and I wasn't even asleep yet. He put his arm around me. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us, especially when we're tired. I promise you, I was never under your bed. I tried to believe him. I wanted to believe him. But every night for months afterward, I checked under my bed before getting in. I even started saying prayers before bedtime, just in case that's what the thing that looked like my dad really wanted. Over the years, I'd occasionally bring it up, hoping for a different answer. Maybe it had been a prank, or maybe he'd actually been checking for monsters under my bed and decided to use it as a teaching moment about prayers. But my dad's answer never changed. He always denied being there, always seemed genuinely confused by my insistence. When I was around 12, he finally got frustrated with me for bringing it up again. "Emma, enough. I never crawled out from under your bed. Never. It was a dream or your imagination, but it wasn't me. Let it go." I didn't mention it again after that, but I never forgot. It was when I was in college, home for Thanksgiving break, that I realized something that made my blood run cold. I was helping Mom set the table when I noticed Dad's hands as he carved the turkey. His nails were short and clean, just as they'd always been. Farmers' hands, practical and well-maintained. In that moment, it hit me. The scratching sound I'd heard that night. It had been deep, pronounced. The sound of long nails dragging across wood. But my dad had never had long nails. Not once in my entire life had I seen him with nails that could make that kind of sound. I almost dropped the plates I was holding. Mom asked if I was okay, and I mumbled something about being tired from the drive home. But inside, my mind was racing. If it wasn't my dad under the bed that night, then what was it? What had crawled out and stood in my room, wearing my father's face, but not quite getting it right? That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my old bedroom, staring at the ceiling, just like I had all those years ago. The bed was different now. Mom had replaced it with a day bed when I went to college, so she could use my room as a guest room. There was no space underneath this one, just drawers. I thought back to that night, trying to recall every detail. The way Dad had stood too still, the flatness in his voice, the way he'd just appeared and disappeared without opening the door wider or making any noise in the hallway. It occurred to me that I'd never heard him walk back to the living room after he left my bedroom. Our farmhouse had creaky wooden floors that announced everyone's movements. But after he walked out, there had been nothing. No footsteps, no sound of him rejoining Mom in the living room. Over the years, I've researched sleep paralysis, night terrors, and childhood imagination. I've tried to convince myself it was just a vivid dream or some kind of hallucination, but none of those explanations quite fit. I wasn't paralyzed, just frozen with fear. I wasn't asleep when it started, and the memory hasn't faded or changed like dreams do. I've never had any other paranormal experiences. I'm not someone who sees ghosts around every corner or believes in demons, but I can't explain what happened that night. What crawled out from under my bed? Why did it look like my dad? And why did it care whether I'd said my prayers? Sometimes I wonder if it was trying to protect me in some way. "Say your prayers" was a common phrase in our household, a reminder of safety and routine. But why deliver that message in such a terrifying way? I'm married now with kids of my own. My husband knows this story, though I can tell he thinks it was just a childhood nightmare. My dad passed away 3 years ago, and at his funeral I almost brought it up to Mom one last time, but I couldn't. What would be the point? She'd never believed me either. My oldest child is approaching 6 now, and sometimes when I tuck her in at night, I get a chill remembering my own childhood bedroom. I've made sure her bed sits directly on the floor, no space underneath for anything to hide. I tell myself it's to store toys underneath, but I know the real reason. Sometimes I catch myself checking her room in the middle of the night, standing in her doorway just watching her sleep. Not because I'm worried about her, but because I'm worried about what might visit her. What if whatever it was runs in the family? What if it's waiting for her to reach the same age I was? Last month, she asked me why we say prayers before bed. I fumbled for an explanation about tradition and faith, but what I really wanted to say was, so nothing crawls out from dark places, pretending to be someone it's not. I've never been able to shake the feeling that something was trying to send me a message that night, or maybe it was trying to take something from me. My sense of security, my trust in what's real, my belief that my parents could protect me from everything. Whatever it was, it succeeded. Because to this day, I still sometimes find myself lying awake at night, listening for the sound of scratching underneath me, wondering if it's still out there somewhere, waiting to deliver another message. And sometimes, when my husband rolls over in his sleep and his face catches the shadows just right, I have to remind myself that he's really who he appears to be. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night in Pinewood. But I know this: whatever crawled out from under my bed wasn't my father, and I'm still saying my prayers just in case. Story 15. I've never been someone who believed in ghosts. I was always the rational one in my friend group, the person who'd explain away the strange sounds in old houses or find logical reasons for supernatural occurrences. That changed last winter in Ravenhollow. My partner Tyler and I moved to this small coastal town about 8 months ago. We got a great deal on a charming 2-bedroom house just a short walk from the ocean. The town itself is nothing special. Just a sleepy little place where fog rolls in almost daily, especially during winter months. The locals are nice enough, if a bit reserved. We figured it was just how small towns are when newcomers arrive. The first few months were completely normal. We settled in, got to know our neighbors, found our favorite spots in town. I got a job at the local library while Tyler worked remotely for a tech company. Our life was quiet, peaceful even. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night in December. It started with a dream, not just any dream, but one of those vivid ones that feel more real than reality itself. In it, Tyler and I were grocery shopping with a child, which was strange because we don't have kids. It felt so normal though, like an everyday routine. The store was busy, and I remember helping other customers reach items from the higher shelves. I'm pretty tall in real life. At some point, someone dropped a glass jar of pasta sauce. Without thinking, I told Tyler I'd grab a broom, and I walked through a door marked "Employees Only." But instead of finding a storage room or break area, I stepped into what looked like a high school bathroom. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the tile floor had that same institutional pattern I remembered from my own high school days. What made my blood run cold was seeing several of my former classmates there. Not as they would be now, adults in their 30s, but exactly as they looked back in high school. They were all staring at me, not speaking, just staring. Some were even standing on toilets in the stalls, peering over the dividers at me. Their eyes followed my every move. I backed away, trying to find the door I'd come through, but it was gone. Panic started to rise in my chest. I turned around, hoping to find another exit, and suddenly the scene shifted. It wasn't a gradual transition. It was instant, like a jump cut in a movie. I was back in my bedroom, but I wasn't in my body anymore. I was somehow floating near the ceiling, looking down at myself, sleeping next to Tyler, and standing beside our bed was someone. No, something. It was shaped like a woman, but grey, not like a normal skin tone, but actually grey, like concrete or ash. Her face was mostly normal except for her eyes. There were no eyes, just hollow sockets, black and empty. Her hair was long, straight, and pitch black, hanging limply around her shoulders. She was holding an old flip phone, the kind people had in the early 2000s, and she was leaning over my sleeping body, whispering into my ear. I couldn't make out what she was saying, just a constant stream of soft, urgent-sounding words. The strangest part was that I could see the phone screen from my vantage point near the ceiling. There was a text message displayed that simply read, "In the winter." As soon as I read it, as if she somehow sensed I'd seen it. She stopped whispering. She shut the phone with a sharp snap and vanished, not gradually, but in an instant, like someone had blinked her out of existence. I woke up with a jolt, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Tyler was still asleep beside me. The bedroom was quiet, normal. The digital clock on my nightstand showed 3:17 a.m. I lay there, trying to convince myself it was just a weird dream, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still in the room with us. Not visible, but present, watching. I didn't fall back asleep until nearly dawn, and when I did, she came back. This time, I dreamed I was lying exactly as I was in reality, on my side, facing away from Tyler. I could feel something poking at my exposed armpit. At first it felt like tickling, and in that weird, dream logic way, I thought it was Tyler messing with me. But the sensation quickly changed from ticklish to uncomfortable to painful. Whatever was poking me was pressing harder, digging in deeper. It felt like a finger, but wrong somehow, too stiff, too cold. I tried to move, to wake myself up, but I was trapped in that horrible paralysis that sometimes happens in dreams. The pain intensified until I was mentally screaming, desperately fighting to wake up. When I finally broke free and opened my eyes, I was panting and covered in sweat. I immediately checked my armpit. No mark, no pain, nothing to indicate anything had actually touched me. But the fear was real. I scooted closer to Tyler, pressing my back against him for comfort, and somehow managed to fall into a dreamless sleep for the remaining hours until morning. When we woke up for the day, I didn't tell Tyler about my dreams right away. They were so strange and disturbing that I wanted to process them myself first. We went about our morning routine, coffee, breakfast, checking emails. It wasn't until we were sitting at the kitchen table that Tyler gave me a strange look. "I had the weirdest dream last night," he said, stirring his coffee absently. Actually, it was more like a nightmare. Something in his tone made my skin prickle. "What was it about?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "We were in bed talking, nothing unusual. But then you suddenly stopped mid-sentence and started staring at something by your nightstand. I followed your gaze and..." He paused, looking uncomfortable. "This is going to sound crazy, but I saw a woman standing there. Except she didn't look normal. She was grey, and her eyes..." He trailed off. My coffee mug nearly slipped from my hand. "What about her eyes?" I whispered. "She didn't have any, just empty sockets, and her hair was black, hanging down around her face." He looked at me sharply. "Why? You're white as a sheet, Melissa." I told him everything then. Both dreams, the phone, the message, the finger poking my armpit. As I spoke, his expression changed from concern to shock to outright fear. "Melissa," he said when I finished, "I never heard you mention any of this before. How could I dream about the exact same entity on the same night?" That's when the full weight of what was happening hit us both. This wasn't just some weird coincidence or shared sleep paralysis episode. Something was in our house. Something had visited us both. The rest of the day was tense. We tried to go about our normal activities, but we kept exchanging glances, jumping at small noises. I called in sick to the library. I couldn't bear the thought of being alone while Tyler worked. We spent hours researching online, looking for similar experiences, any explanation that might make sense. By evening, we'd talked ourselves into a slightly more rational state. Maybe it was just stress manifesting in similar ways. Maybe one of us had mentioned seeing something similar in passing, and it had lodged in our subconscious. We decided to stay up late, watching comedies on Netflix. Anything to keep our minds off what had happened. It was around 11 p.m. when the power went out. The TV screen went black, and all the lights in the house died at once. This isn't uncommon in Ravenhollow. Coastal storms knock out power a few times each winter, but the timing felt deliberate, malevolent. Tyler used his phone flashlight to find our emergency candles in the kitchen. I followed close behind him, unwilling to be alone in any part of the house. We lit several candles in the living room and sat together on the couch, trying to laugh about how cliché it all was. Power outage after ghost dreams. That's when we heard it. A faint electronic noise coming from our bedroom, a simple two-tone sound, like a notification. It was the exact sound my old flip phone used to make when receiving a text message. I hadn't owned a phone like that in over 15 years. Tyler and I froze, staring at each other. The sound came again. Someone or something was in our bedroom, and it wanted our attention. "It's probably just one of our phones," Tyler said, but his voice shook. "Both our phones are here," I replied, pointing to where they sat on the coffee table. The notification sound came a third time. "We should check," Tyler said, standing up reluctantly. I grabbed his arm. "Both of us," I insisted. "Together." We walked slowly down the hallway toward our bedroom, Tyler holding a candle in one trembling hand. The door was partially open, just as we'd left it. Tyler pushed it wider with his foot, raising the candle to illuminate the room. At first glance, everything looked normal. Our bed was unmade, the covers still rumpled from the night before. The curtains were drawn across the window. My nightstand held a glass of water and my reading glasses. Then I saw it. A small, rectangular shape on Tyler's side of the bed. It wasn't there when we'd left the room earlier. Tyler saw it too and moved forward cautiously, raising the candle higher. It was a flip phone. Old, silver, the exact model I'd had in college. It sat closed on Tyler's pillow, perfectly centered. "This isn't possible," I whispered. "I got rid of that phone years ago." As if responding to my voice, the phone emitted that same notification sound, and the external display lit up, showing one new message. Tyler looked at me, his face pale in the candlelight. "Should we?" I nodded numbly. One of us had to open it. Tyler picked it up with his free hand. The phone felt real enough. It had weight, substance. This wasn't a hallucination. He flipped it open, and the main screen glowed blue in the darkness of our bedroom. He pressed the button to view the message. Neither of us was prepared for what we saw. The message simply read, "I'm still here." At that exact moment, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The candle flame flickered violently and then went out, plunging us into darkness. In the dim glow of the phone's screen, I saw movement behind Tyler, a figure taking shape in the corner of the room. Grey skin, black hair, those terrible empty eye sockets. Tyler must have sensed something too, because he spun around, dropping the phone in the process. It clattered to the floor, the screen going dark. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing his arm and pulling him toward the door. We burst into the hallway and sprinted for the front door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers clumsy with fear. Behind us, I could hear something moving through the house. Not footsteps exactly, but a sort of sliding sound, like fabric dragging across the floor. We finally got the door open and ran outside into the cold night air. The entire street was dark from the power outage, but the moon provided enough light to see by. We ran to our car, got in, and locked the doors. "What the hell was that?" Tyler gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts. I couldn't answer. I was staring at our house, at our bedroom window. For just a moment I thought I saw a figure standing there watching us. Then it was gone. We drove to a motel in the next town over and spent the night there, neither of us willing to go back to the house. In the morning, when daylight made everything seem more rational, we cautiously returned. Everything was normal. The power was back on. There was no flip phone anywhere in the bedroom or the house, no signs that anything unusual had happened. We searched every corner, looking for any evidence of what we'd experienced, but found nothing. That was 3 months ago. We haven't seen the woman with the hollow eyes since that night. But sometimes I wake up feeling like I'm being watched. Tyler says he sometimes hears that notification sound when he's home alone, but when he checks his phone, there are no messages. We've thought about moving, but something keeps us here. Maybe it's the ridiculous housing market, or maybe it's the need to understand what happened to us. What did "in the winter" mean? Was it a warning? A threat? I don't know if we'll ever see her again, but I can't shake the feeling that she's not done with us. That whatever she wanted to communicate that night wasn't completed. That she's still here, waiting, watching from somewhere we can't perceive. Winter isn't over yet.